morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Planning Committee. My name's Councillor Dave Kelsey. I know. Who's got their microphones on? Councillor Hall. Councillor O'Neill. Yours okay, is it? Yeah. Simon, can you just check that? Thank you. No. If you go to the little button on the bottom, there's a screen. Press November. Okay, let's start again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Council Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor Kelsey, and I'm here to chair the meeting this morning. We will go straight into the Democratic Services Officer, and I'll pass over to Mr. Harrod to give the housekeeping rules. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just some housekeeping before we kick off. So please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. For members of the public that are making a public representation to the committee, that cameras will capture your image, and by your presence you are deemed to have consented to be filmed, and by the use of these images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chairman in the case of disruption. Please could everyone present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking, and please remember to turn them off when you are finished. If you're accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. And again, if you're accessing via Teams and would like to speak on an item, please do so by using the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. When voting on a move, the Chairman will call out each committee member's name in a roll call style and will ask the member to respond with a vote for, against or abstain. For those in the room, if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the ground floor of the multi-storey car park. And please also ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Please note this includes members' laptops, which means you need to turn off cameras and microphones and turn the volume all the way down to ensure that there is no disruption or feedback during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. I'm not going to go through every person individually here this morning that's taking part in this, but as those of you that are here in the room can see, we have a selection of councillors. I'll quickly run through their names myself. Councillor Kelsey, Vice Chairman Councillor Johnson, Councillor Barron, Councillor Bartlett, Councillor Bull, Councillor Butt. Welcome to your first meeting this morning, Councillor Butt. Yep. Councillor Borthwick, Councillor Dion, Councillor Hall, Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Pedowin, Councillor McCormick, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Trent. We also have a selection of officers that are here. We have Mr. Harrod from Democratic Services in the room, and we have a selection of other officers that are working remotely and will appear on screen as required. We'll move on to the agenda for this meeting this morning. And firstly, do we have any apologies, please, Mr. Harrod?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Apologies today from Councillor George Farquhar and Councillor Malcolm Davis. And that takes you on to item 2, which is substitute members. And Councillor Derek Borthwick is substituting for Councillor Malcolm Davis.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any declarations of interest for items this morning? I believe we have a few. So Councillor Dion first.
Yeah, Chair, I have an interest in 38 Sandbanks Road in that it's the office of the Pool Conserve Association. I'm a member of that association. However, they are only tenants in the building.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor O'Neill?
Yeah, I declare same as Councillor Dion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Butt? Thank you. And Councillor Barron?
Yeah, a similar declaration. I haven't discussed the application at all with them, but they are in my ward. but I'm so opposed to the application that I'm not going to sit on it, but I will speak against it as ward councillor.
Understood.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that. Councillor McCormick?
Not an interest, but just saying that I'll only be sitting on ITB today.
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Just a local interest as a member of the Bournemouth University Boat Club, former local Bournemouth University Boat Club that operates out of the boathouse just to the boundary of the site on 6A. But happy to sit on it and have a chat with monitoring officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minutes. Do members agree to me signing the minutes of the previous meeting? Yeah, thank you very much. So, public issues. There are none at this moment in time. A couple of notes. I have agreed to use my discretion in the length of time that we allow for people to speak. As you know, normally it's 5 minutes in total. We are going to allow them 15 minutes for both applicants and objectors on this case. So they do know about that. And when you do come to speak, if you can take a seat on the far left microphone up there, that will be great, everyone. Thank you very much. I know today's application, the first one, is a bit controversial for a lot of people. A lot of people in the room and people listening, but if we can, when other people are speaking, if we can just be courteous, not try to speak over them, not make comments about anything they're saying until afterwards, that would be much appreciated and it would help the meeting to run much smoother. So we will go straight into this meeting this morning, and the first item is UE1, north of Merley, land north of Oakley Lane in Poole. And could I ask Mr. Llewellyn to present your case, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just share. So if you could just confirm for me that I am actually sharing the presentation with you.
You are indeed, Mr. Llewellyn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before starting the presentation, Chair, I would just like to draw members' attention to the addendum sheet. It just reports some additional representations that have been received since the report was written and a couple of minor amendments to the report itself. And also, before starting the presentation, there's a couple of questions I was asked on site yesterday, and I just wanted to quickly clarify answers to those particular questions. So first of all, I was asked whether or not the tree on the area of green space that sits to the eastern side of the application site, whether that's covered by a tree preservation order. The answer is yes, it is. It's covered by an area TPO that covers the Camford Park area and also the eastern section of the application site. And secondly, I was asked a question as to the extent of the buffer area at the eastern edge of the proposed development to the eastern boundary, and that buffer zone is approximately 55 metres at its closest point. Okay, thank you. In terms of the application today, the application, moving on to. So the application is an outline planning application for the development of up to 550 dwellings and up to a 62-bed care home with associated infrastructure. The application was submitted in 2019 and has been the subject to amendment, having originally been submitted for the development of up to 600 dwellings, as I say, now revised downwards to up to 550. In terms of the application, its outline, it's seeking approval for the principle of the development and also the detailed matter of access. But in terms of access, it's only insofar as the access relates to the location for the formation of 5 vehicular access points and junctions into the development site off of Oakley Lane that runs along the southern edge of the application site. So Oakley Lane runs along this southern boundary of the application site, and these are 2 of the 5 vehicular access points that are being proposed, as I say, simply in terms of location. The detailed matters of appearance, landscape, layout and scale are also reserved for later determination at the reserved matters stage, should this outline application be approved today. Okay, sorry, just putting it into slideshow, sorry about that. If this application is approved, all of those detailed matters that I've just referred to, as I say, will be subject to reserved matters applications at a later date. And so they are not before the planning committee for determination today. The main features of the proposed development, they comprise, as I said, up to 550 residential dwellings, a care home of up to 62 bed spaces, vehicular access to the local highway network, the provision of public open space, equipped and local areas of play, allotments and a community orchard, attenuation ponds for the attenuation and infiltration of surface water runoff, pedestrian access to the carriage driveway, footpath and cycle links, and the provision of suitable alternative natural green space, which I'll refer to as SANG from here on, and the incorporation of visitor car parks to serve both the SANG and nearby community uses. So as I said, the application is an outline application with detailed matters reserved for later consideration. However, it's been supported by a set of parameter plans, a regulating plan and a design code for which permission is sought as part of this proposal. These plans and the design code set the parameters for future proposed development and a site-wide framework to establish the strategic design principles and the detailed design criteria for each of the proposed character areas that will inform the detailed reserved matters proposals and provide a benchmark against which those reserved matters applications will be assessed. Just in terms of some site context, members, you did a detailed site visit yesterday, so I'm not going to dwell on the site context and the site itself too much. However, the site is located in the very northern extremities of the former Borough of Poole area, so the BCP Council area now, right on the edge of the urban area, adjoining the northern boundary of the BCP's administrative area, adjacent to the River Stour. In the wider context, Wimborne Minster lies to the north of the site on the opposite side of the River Stour, which, as I said, runs along that northern boundary. Immediately to the south of the site is the existing housing estate of Merley, which dates from about the 1960s, 70s. And then further to the south of the Merley housing estate is the A341 Queen Anne Drive and Magna Road, which runs from the junction with Gravel Hill at its western end and then runs along to the Bear Cross roundabout at its eastern end. Bearwood housing estate is located towards that eastern end of Magna Road, and also off of Magna Road, members, you'll be aware from an application that came before you last year, it is the UE2 north of Bearwood allocation site, which I'm just circling on the screen for you now. Gravel Hill then lies to the west of the application site and runs through Oakley Hill towards into Wimborne, and it also provides access to the A331. So the A331 I'm just highlighting across the screen now bisects the application site as you saw yesterday and runs up to the Camford Bottom roundabout. And then to the east of the site, again, as you saw on the site visit yesterday, lies the Camford School and its associated grounds. And then to the southeast of the application site is the village of Camford Magna. And again, we drove through that when visiting the site yesterday. So just in terms of the site itself, the site comprises 45 hectares of land, as you saw from the site visit yesterday. That comprises of agricultural land. So the agricultural land is in the area which I've identified edged in yellow and highlighted with the number 1. That is the extent of the allocation site, with the exception of the Cruxton Farm buildings, which are part of the allocation site but lie outside of the application site that's before you today. So development proposed lies within the yellow area. And then, as you saw from the site visit yesterday, the remainder of the site comprises of grassland and water meadow in the areas identified in green and numbered 2, 3, 4 and 5. Areas 2, 3, 4 are part of the proposed SANG and lie within the floodplain of the River Stour. And then area 5 was the undulating field which we walked into, so currently agricultural land, and again forms part of the proposed SANG. As I've mentioned, the site's bisected by the A31. It's also bisected by the carriage driveway, which we walked along yesterday. So you'll be familiar with that. That runs along in that east to west direction through the site from Oakley Hill towards Camford School. And the site, again, as you saw yesterday, is also bisected by a former railway embankment, which runs in that north-south direction. And then 2 areas of SANG at the western end of the site are bisected by the Oakley Hill B3073. At either end of the site, there are conservation areas. So you've got the Oakley Lane Conservation Area at the western end of the site, and then the Camford Magna Conservation Area lies at the eastern end of the site. And I will come on and we will look at that in more detail in due course. So I'm not going to dwell on some photos. These are just some photos of the site. You've seen the site in detail yesterday, so I'm going to just quickly skip through these. So in terms of the policy background, there's been a significant amount of work has been done over the last 6 to 7 years, both through the local plan process and also through the pre-application and application processes in order to bring this allocation site before you today as part of the council's housing delivery strategy to meet the need to deliver 14,200 homes over the current plan period. As part of this process, the predecessor council, the Borough of Poole, amended the boundary of the South East Dorset Greenbelt to release 2 sites from it and allocate them primarily for residential housing development. These sites are the site which is before you today, so site UE1. That's allocated in the local plan for a minimum of 500 homes and a 60-bed care home. And the second site is UE2, land north of Bear Wood, and that's allocated for a minimum of 800 homes and a 60-bed care home. And members, you will recall last year that a hybrid application for the development of the UE2 site for up to 695 homes, a 60-bed care home and a community hub came before you and was approved. Also, as part of the allocation for the sites of UE1 and UE2, in conjunction with other local authorities, the council is also trying to create a strategic area of SANG to the north of the conurbation, and that runs along the River Stour. And you can see, I'll just highlight to you the area of SANG which forms part of this application running along the top of the screen, and then that would connect into the Stour Valley Park, running down then towards the south. And linking into then the UE2 development, and part of that SANG already having been provided on the northern section, as I'm just highlighting to you, delivered with the U2 development, which was south of Magna Road. The intention of that is to draw people away from the conurbation and from visiting the protected area of areas of heathland, such as Camford Heath, as indicated on the map there. So as mentioned, this application would contribute towards the provision of SANG. So moving on in terms of the key issues in front of us today, policy PP10 of the local plan is the policy which relates specifically to the site allocations for UE1 and UE2, and it sets out a series of policy requirements for the site allocation. All of those requirements are covered in the planning report, and they're too numerous for me to cover all of them today. So I'm just going to highlight some of the key issues to take you through in a little bit more detail. They relate to highway capacity and safety, impact of the proposal on heritage assets, the SANG provision and its relationship to the Greenbelt, and also I'll briefly touch upon the proposed housing mix that's being put forward as part of this application. So moving then first to the highway capacity and proposed improvement or mitigation works. So in terms of the application, the proposal would impact on the highway network. The local plan has always recognised that there would be additional traffic expected with the delivery of the provision of the housing target of 14,200 additional homes across the conurbation. However, it is expected that developers would work with the local authority to provide suitable mitigation to address any unacceptable impacts on the highway network and to provide sustainable transport measures in conjunction with the delivery of wider strategic mitigation measures. In support of this application, it has been supported by a transport assessment. That transport assessment has been based on a development of up to 600 homes, so more than the proposal that's in front of you today, and a 62-bed care home. So, as I said, it represents a worse scenario than the development being proposed and for your consideration today. The traffic modelling undertaken as part of that transport assessment shows that on the basis of the site would generate a total of 670 two-way vehicular trips during both the morning and afternoon peak periods. Now, that transport assessment has been the subject of detailed assessment by the local highway authority, and they've also done a detailed assessment of the applicant's traffic modelling. And the Highway Authority have concluded that, subject to the proposed highway mitigation measures and sustainable travel measures that are being proposed as part of this application, which are intended to enhance capacity of nearby junctions and to improve cycling and walking facilities, it's concluded that the impact of the proposed development on the highway network would not be severe. The transport assessment and modelling has also been assessed by Highways England, and again, they have not raised any objection relating to the modelling that has been undertaken or the impacts of the additional traffic arising from the proposed development on the capacity or highway safety of the A31 trunk road. I'm just going to take you through some of the mitigation measures that are being proposed. The overall package of highway mitigation measures and sustainable travel measures is quite extensive. So I'm just going to quickly take you through some of the proposals which are being put forward as part of this scheme. So to mitigate the highway impacts, we're looking first here at the junction of Magna Road with Camford Magna Junction. And the proposal includes a new junction layout to provide a ghost island off of Magna Road to provide a right turn lane into the Camford Magna. This will also include new gateway signage as you enter into Camford Magna, and also along the length of Camford Magna, moving up towards the centre of the village. It also proposed that there will be some additional vehicle speed reduction measures, including raised table at the entrance to Camford Magna, and also a new build out to aid pedestrian movements as you emerge from the public right of way, which comes out here from the school. So a new build out to aid pedestrian movements actually across Camford Magna to the pedestrian footway, which lies on the western side. In terms of the Willett Arms Junction and Merley Roundabout, again, a series of measures being proposed at these junctions. So the Willett Arms Junction, it's proposed that there will be improvements to the existing signalised junction of Oakley Lane and Oakley Hill, so in this area here. And that will be to increase capacity of that junction and associated cycle lane and footway movements. Works are also proposed to extend the two-lane approach to the Merley Roundabout. So as you come along Oakley Hill to the Merley Roundabout here, it's intended to extend that two-lane approach by widening the road slightly. There's highway verge that sits to the side of the road, so extending that from approximately 42 metres to approximately 105 metres in length to again improve capacity at that roundabout. The proposal also includes the provision of a pedestrian and cycle crossing on Oakley Hill at this location here. That would connect then into the footpath which runs adjacent to the Willett Arms car park and connects into Harrier Drive. And the first school is located just off of the plan there in Harrier Drive itself. The proposal also includes the provision of a proposed toucan crossing on Oakley Hill to the north of the Oakley Hill and Oakley Lane junction. And both of those crossings are therefore intended to aid pedestrian and cycle movements crossing the Oakley Hill road. So then just moving on to the third and final set of highway measures, which I'm going to highlight for you today. The proposal also includes the provision of a number of highway improvement works and a number of sustainable travel measures along Oakley Lane and also to Oakley Straight to encourage walking and cycling, and also to slow vehicle speeds to create a safer environment, and also to deter drivers from using Oakley Lane as a cut-through route. So these measures, just to quickly highlight them to you, they include a new pedestrian crossing to the east of the junction of Oakley Lane and Oakley Straight. So that crossing would aid cycle and pedestrian movements from the development across Oakley Lane to the southern side of Oakley Lane, where there is the pedestrian footpath, and that will aid movement connecting then round into Oakley Straight and in particular to the first school. There's also provision for a new pedestrian crossing, which is halfway along along Oakley Lane, and that will be located directly opposite one of the footpaths into the existing Merley housing estate. So again, aiding cycle and pedestrian movements from the proposed development to the north, connecting then to the housing estate, the existing housing estate, and services that lie within it to the south. And then there's also the provision of a new pedestrian and cycle path, which will run on the inside of the development site. So the northern side of the existing hedge, but will run along that length of Oakley Lane to provide pedestrian and cycle movement route along that lane and being safe away from the vehicle traffic on Oakley Lane itself. And there's also a number of traffic calming measures which are proposed along the length of that road. So we've got a series of speed cushions being proposed, and each of the junctions would also have a raised table junction. Again, measures all designed to deter the speeding traffic through along Oakley Lane. In terms of Oakley Straight itself, there are also improvements proposed here. So it's proposed to upgrade the existing crossing to Oakley Straight connecting to the school. So that's proposed to be upgraded to a zebra crossing. And there's also proposed to be pedestrian and cycle improvements with the widening of the footway along Oakley Straight to provide a shared pedestrian cycle path. In addition to those measures, further sustainable travel measures are also proposed through the provision of new bus stops along Oakley Lane. So I'll just highlight a couple of those locations to you on the plan. So I'm just looking at the bottom left image. So just those two areas in red, and then another area then on the top right hand image. And in addition to that, the applicant is also going to be paying a contribution which will be secured via a Section 106 agreement, which is over 1.9 million towards local bus service improvements. So all in all, it's considered that the proposal does provide a significant number of sustainable travel measures and highway mitigation measures to ensure that the development would not have a severe adverse impact upon the local highway network. Okay, I'm going to move now on to the impact of the development on heritage assets. So there are a number of designated and non-designated heritage assets that are located in close proximity to the application site and that require assessment of the impact of the proposed development upon their setting. And these include the Grade 1 listed school, which we saw yesterday, just highlighting in the position about A2 on the top left-hand plan. The Oakley Lane Conservation Area, which is located, I'm just outlining that to you, at the western end of the application site, and then at the eastern end of the application site, the Camford Magna Conservation Area, so much bigger conservation area incorporating the grounds of Camford School at that eastern end. There's also the Grade 2 listed railway bridge along the carriage driveway, and again, members, you saw that on the site visit yesterday. And the carriage driveway, which is a non-designated heritage asset, and again, you saw that by walking along its entire length as well yesterday. So I'm going to take you through this slide and the following slide, looking at the impact of the proposed development on these heritage assets. So the planning report has set out in detail the policy context in respect of heritage matters, and has also set out in detail an assessment of the significance of these heritage assets. So I don't intend to repeat any of that as part of this presentation. So first of all, I'm going to look at the impact of the proposed development on the setting of the conservation areas. So if we look first of all at the Oakley Lane Conservation Area, it's located, as I said, at the western end of the site, adjacent to that southwestern boundary of the site. And in order to preserve the character of this conservation, detailed work has been undertaken in relation to both the master plan and also through the design code. And that work is sought to keep the southwestern corner of the site adjacent to the conservation area as open as possible. and that's through the provision of a buffer zone, which I've just indicated to you. So the bottom left-hand image, a buffer zone which is intended to provide an area of allotments and also an area of community orchard. And by doing so, that sets the development back away from the edge of the application site here with that adjacent conservation area. However, despite that, the provision of that buffer zone, the council's conservation officer considers that the buffer zone is not sufficient in size and that there would be some harm arising from the development as proposed. Although given the buffer zone that's been proposed and the design approach to this edge of the development as set out in the design code, it's agreed that the degree of harm that would arise to the Oakley Lane conservation area is less than substantial harm. Council's conservation officer has also raised a slight concern regarding the location and scale of the proposed care home. I'm just highlighting that to you in terms of that bottom left-hand image. Again, concern about that in relation to the context of the conservation area. However, members, I will remind you that this is an outline application. The master plan, which you've seen in your pack, in which I showed you on a site visit yesterday and repeated to you a number of times yesterday, it is for illustrative purposes only at this stage. The application does not seek to determine either the scale, the appearance, or the layout of the development at this point. Given the separation distance of that care home and the fact that there will be more detailed reserved matters to come forward, it's not considered that the care home would lead to harm to the conservation area due to the separation distance from it, and also the fact it will be viewed in the context of existing surrounding built form. So then look at the conservation area of Camford Magna, located at the eastern end of the application site. And again, a significant amount of work has been undertaken in terms of the master plan to ensure that the built development at this end of the site would be separated both from the conservation area, but would also provide an acceptable treatment in terms of the architectural style, the density, and the building heights actually of that particular parcel of development at the eastern end of the site. And again, I spoke to you yesterday on site. I referred to the Camford Magna interface, and I did speak to you about the density, the building heights, and the architectural style of the properties that are proposed at that end. So just to quickly recap on that, as I say, detailed discussions have taken place to ensure that the detailed design approach in the design code and on the parameter plans for the Camford Magna interface would respond sensitively to the context and the relationship to the Camford Magna conservation area. In terms of the architectural style and treatment of the buildings, again, it's considered that this would be an acceptable approach as set out within the design code, and the intention would provide a cluster of Lady Wimborne style dwellings sat within larger plots, also with more traditional Dorset style vernacular towards the western end of that character area. And I'll just quickly show you and refer you then to the images on the right hand side. So this is the extent of the buffer zone at that eastern end of the site. So the conservation area runs along that red dotted line and then also just runs along Oakley Lane on the opposite side. In terms of the treatment of that, you see a small cluster of Lady Wimborne cottages proposed at that eastern end of that development parcel. That would be with a lower height of 1.5 stories. And then as you transition across that particular character area, you can see low density of development, a more traditional Dorset vernacular style, but very low density and low in height, and low in terms of the overall number of dwellings compared to other character areas which are of a more dense form. And again, then the images, so the middle image then is showing a view towards those Lady Wimborne cottages from the carriage driveway of those cottages at the eastern end of the proposed parcel of development. And the bottom image on the right hand side is then just looking at the dwellings as you look into the character area at that western end. Despite the design approach, the lower density form of development and the lower building heights on this proposed eastern end of the development, the Conservation Officer also has concerns regarding the relationship between the eastern edge of the development and the Camford Magna Conservation Area, and again considers that a larger buffer zone should be provided, and also that there should be a reduction in the overall number of units within that eastern parcel. And that would be required to ensure that there would be no harm to the conservation area. However, that concern is not shared by the Urban Design Officer, and due to the sensitive design approach in terms of the density, the scale of development, the architectural style and treatment that's being proposed through the parameter plans and the design code within this character area, it's considered that any harm arising in the proposed development again would be less than substantial. So I'll move on then to the second of the heritage asset issues. So this relates to the impact of the proposed development on the carriage driveway and the setting of the Grade 1 listed Camford Manor. And again, members, you will remember from our site visit yesterday that I outlined this issue to you, and I asked you to consider your perception of the impact of the proposed development on the carriage driveway as we walked along the carriage drive in both directions. So as you saw yesterday, members, on the site visit, the northern boundary of the development would lie in close proximity to the carriage drive. That's a non-designated heritage asset, and you can see on the screen, hopefully you can see the distances in terms of the separation from the development edge on that northern edge of the development to the centre line of the carriage driveway. So I'll just quickly cover a couple of those distances. So at this very eastern end, we've got almost 42 metres through the centre of the central portion of development. That starts at the eastern end, just over 46 metres, but widening out to 92 metres at its western end. And then as you move towards the western end of the development, closest point here, 53 metres, and then a pinch point of 30 metres at the very western end. So whilst the master plan indicates the provision of the buffer zone that I've just indicated in terms of those separation distances between the northern edge of the development and the carriage drive, Historic England have raised concerns that the extent of the buffer area is not sufficient, and that the loss of the loss of openness and the sense of enclosure resulting from the proposed development to the southern flank of the carriage driveway would have an adverse impact on the setting and experience of users as they walk along the carriage driveway. Historic England also consider that the carriage drive forms part of the setting of the Grade 1 listed manor, so the Camford School, which is just off the image to the right hand side. Because historically it would have had the carriage drive would have formed a functional relationship with the manor house, providing the means of access to it, and obviously still retained that historical relationship, albeit that it's no longer actively operating as a means of access to the school itself. Historic England, however, consider that the identified harm to the carriage drive by virtue of the extent of the buffer area, the proximity of the development on that northern edge, and the proposed design approach to the treatment of buildings along that northern edge, particularly through the Stour Valley edge character area, that central portion that we spoke about yesterday, that design approach will harm the experience of the carriage drive, and in turn that will lead to harm to the setting of the Grade 1 listed manor house itself and our understanding of its significance as a designated heritage asset. Now, so again, as I mentioned to you on site yesterday, the applicant has sought to address these concerns, and that's through the low density design approach that they've adopted through the design code and the parameter plans and the architectural style of dwellings to the northern edge of the built development, and also through the landscape mitigation strategy which they're proposing to the carriage driveway and resurfacing works of the carriage driveway. And again, I'm not going to dwell on those mitigation strategy. I talked to you about that on site yesterday, so you will be familiar with that. However, Historic England have advised that to reduce the degree of harm which they have identified, they would require the Stour Valley Edge character area, so this central portion, to actually be removed from the proposals. However, even if that character area were removed, they've also advised that the rest of the development would still result in less substantial harm to the heritage assets. And to overcome their concerns so that no harm arises from the proposals, it would require the reduction of the proposals to below the minimum number of homes that have been set out in the site allocation, so below the minimum requirement of 500 homes. In view of the stance of Historic England, it is agreed that the proposal would result in less substantial harm to the carriage drive and in turn to the setting of the Grade 1 listed Camford Manor. So having identified that there will be less substantial harm, however, in accordance with national planning policy set out in the NPPF, where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, in this case the conservation areas and the Grade 1 listed manor, that harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. In addition, the NPPF also states that where there is identified harm to a non-designated heritage asset, in this case the carriage drive, a balanced judgment is to be made having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset itself. In this instance, we have undertaken that balance and we are of the view that the public benefits arising from the proposed development are both significant and sufficient to outweigh the less than substantial harm that has been identified to the heritage assets. And as such, it's not considered that the application should be refused on heritage grounds. Okay, so I'll just move now to the issue of SANG provision. So an important element of this site allocation is the provision of a SANG. The SANG's required, as I mentioned earlier, to provide an alternative to people visiting the area, so to detract them from visiting areas of protected heathland, such as Camford Heath. The proposed development, as I've indicated to you, includes the provision of just in excess of 16 hectares of new SANG, together with associated car park areas. And that SANG is provided, as I identified earlier, within those areas edged in green on the top left-hand image, and as we saw on site yesterday. The SANG areas are located beyond the allocation site area and are located within the green belt. The provision of the SANG will result in a change of use of the land, supported with additional features required to establish its operation, but that would be in the same manner as has been the case with the provision of the Camford SANG in relation to the development of U2, so land south of Magna Road, and you can see that SANG on the bottom image. It's already been created. So the proposed SANG as part of this application would be laid out in a very similar manner to the image that you can see on the bottom of the screen. In terms of the impact on the green belt, the character of the land, however, will remain open and absent of any built form. So it's not considered it will cause any harm to the openness of the green belt, whilst the use of the area of land as SANG is also considered to be appropriate development within the green belt. So the conclusion is there would be no harm to the green belt itself. Then looking at the final issue, which I want to quickly talk through, that's housing mix. In relation to the housing mix, policy PP10 sets out a number of requirements that must be met by the proposed development. The applicant has submitted an indicative housing mix in support of the proposals, and in accordance with the policy requirements of PP10, this indicative mix reflects an emphasis on the provision of family-sized dwellings, which was one of the principal justifications for releasing the site from the green belt, and also opportunities for existing residents within the surrounding area to right size whilst remaining living within their community and freeing up larger family housing within the existing housing areas. The proposal also includes the provision of up to a 62-bed care home and would also provide a minimum of 20% of the dwellings to be built to a specification for adaptable and accessible homes that will help to meet the housing needs of the ageing population, again in accordance with local plan policy. In addition, the proposal also includes the provision of a small number of custom and self-build plots. And in terms of affordable housing, the application proposes the provision of a policy compliant level of 40% affordable housing, so up to 220 homes, with a tenure mix comprising 70% affordable rent and 30% intermediate, again in accordance with local plan policy. Also, in accordance with policy PP10, consideration has to be given to the proposed housing mix and its implications for the delivery of the town centre's major brownfield sites. Whilst the indicative mix does not provide such a breakdown between houses and apartments, it's quite clear from the criteria set by the parameter plans and the design code that there would have to be a focus on the delivery of family size housing. And it's also proposed that a condition would be included in any decision requiring the development to deliver a minimum of 85% of the total dwellings as part of this delivery site, with 85% as housing and a maximum of 15% as apartments. And that would ensure that this application would not adversely impact on the delivery of the higher density flatted forms of development that would be provided within the brownfield allocation sites within the town centre and regeneration areas. And therefore it's considered that the proposed housing mix that's being presented is fully in accordance with the council's housing policy requirements for this allocation. So to start summing up, members, we need to start by looking at the planning balance issues. As I've mentioned to you as part of this presentation, concern has been raised by local residents regarding traffic generation, and this is understandable. As was the case with the site of UE2, it is inevitable that there will be additional traffic arising from the proposed development. However, we cannot plan to meet the required housing delivery targets without anticipating an associated increase in traffic. As mentioned to you, and I've taken you through the slides, it has been assessed that subject to the proposed highway mitigation measures and the sustainable travel measures that have been identified to enhance capacity of nearby junctions and to improve cycle and walking facilities, the impact of the proposed development on the highway network would not be severe. In terms of the heritage impacts, as I've highlighted, there have been extensive discussions between the Conservation, Urban Design and Planning officers of the Council and also with Historic England in respect of the impact of the proposed development on heritage assets. And overall, it is concluded that the proposal, whilst leading to less than substantial harm to the heritage assets, that harm would be outweighed by the significant benefits arising from the scheme. In terms of the SANG provision in Greenbelt, the proposed areas of SANG extend beyond the allocation site as was intended and are located within the Greenbelt. However, the SANG will be there to provide for recreational use, which is appropriate to the Greenbelt, and it's considered that there will be no harm to the Greenbelt as a result, and the proposal delivers an appropriate quantum of SANG area. In terms of employment provision, as set out in policy PP10, there is a policy requirement for proposals to provide space for business startups and incubator units as part of the site allocation. As I mentioned to you yesterday and earlier in the presentation, the policy requires that the incubator units, the business startups, should be provided in and around the Cruxton farm buildings. Again, however, as identified during our site visit, the red line of this current application excludes those existing farm buildings, and as a result, the proposal before you today does not include provision for the employment units. However, through the master plan, the applicant has sought to ensure that access will be available to the farm buildings complex to help enable future delivery of employment space as required by PP10, and the provision of that access can be secured by condition. In addition, the land that's allocated within the overall allocation site, so the area of the complex of farm buildings, also remains within the allocation and can come forward at a later date to deliver employment units, albeit that there's no absolute certainty as to when this would be forthcoming in the future. As a safeguard, a contribution of £356,000 is therefore to be secured via a Section 106 agreement to help facilitate the delivery of employment either within the farm buildings complex or off-site elsewhere. and Economic Development have confirmed that this would be a sufficient contribution and could be spent to support business startup units in line with the council's economic strategy. Just finally, in terms of the planning balance issues, I'll just touch upon public open space and play provision. Again, policy PP10 requires this site to provide a suitable level of public open space and play equipment in accordance with Pool's open space needs assessment and playing pitch strategy. The proposal, whilst not providing for all types of public open space, does importantly provide for an over provision of public open space across the site as a whole in comparison to the required level of provision. As with the site of UE2, the proposal does not include on-site playing pitches, as it would be impractical to do so without losing areas of housing, which was the purpose for releasing the site from the Greenbelt. However, the applicant has agreed a total of £180,000 towards off-site playing pitch improvements. And in terms of play provision, the master plan makes provision for one area of local equipped play, one neighbourhood area of play and one natural area of play, all within the site. And that represents an over provision of play space against the policy requirement. In addition, the applicant has also agreed to a contribution of £210,000 towards the provision for youth facilities to be provided within the locality, and that would include the provision of a multi-use games area, a small wheeled play facility and a table tennis and hangout space. So finally, members, moving then to look at the conclusion in terms of public benefits arising from the proposed development. It is considered that this application would deliver significant public benefit. As I've mentioned, the site has been allocated for housing development through the Pool local plan, so the principle of developing the site is already agreed. The local plan seeks to provide a step change in housing delivery in light of the government's challenging housing delivery targets. And this site is an important site to BCP Council in meeting its housing delivery targets, and in particular the provision of family housing, having been released from the Green Belt and allocated for development by the former Borough of Pool Council. This is even more important given the case that the council's housing land supply within the Pool local plan area now stands at below 5 years at 4.1 years with a 20% buffer. So we're failing in terms of the housing land supply. So this is even more important that we can deliver on an allocation site such as this. In terms of the policy requirements, the proposal will provide a large supply of family housing and opportunities for people to right size. And of the dwellings being proposed, up to 220 of those would be delivered as affordable homes, which, as I've mentioned, is policy compliant, delivering 40% provision. And that represents a significant achievement and a significant contribution towards the council's affordable housing need. Of those affordable homes, 70% will be affordable rent and 30% will be for intermediate housing, again in accordance with the council's policy requirements. And as I've mentioned, the proposal will also deliver up to a 62-bed care home. In terms of SANG provision, as mentioned, the proposal will deliver 16 hectares of SANG. And again, as I've highlighted to you in the presentation, the proposal will deliver a package of measures to enhance capacity of nearby junctions and to improve cycle and walking facilities. And in addition to this, it would also deliver almost £2 million contribution towards the enhancement of local bus service provision to enhance sustainable travel. In terms of the public open space and play provision, the proposal includes in excess of the overall required level of provision for public open space, and will deliver 3 areas of play, again in excess of the quantum of provision required by policy, as well as delivering contributions towards off-site provision of youth play facilities and improving playing pitches. In terms of education, the impact of the proposed development will generate the need for a one-form entry to expand the first and middle school capacity. And in response to this, the applicant has agreed to pay a contribution of £4.3 million towards that provision. In addition, a contribution of £140,000 will be secured towards the expansion of healthcare facilities in a local doctor's surgery, and we will work with the clinical commissioning group to find exactly where that will be located. The proposed development would also generate significant Section 106 and SIL contributions. And finally, the proposed development will also have significant benefits to the local economy in terms of jobs and growth during the construction period, as well as providing benefits in terms of new homes bonus as well. So to conclude, members, this application is the culmination of a significant amount of work that's been undertaken over the last 6 to 7 years to realise the proposed development that's before you for determination today. As set out in the planning report, given that it cannot be demonstrated that there is a 5-year housing land supply within the Poole local plan area, the planning balance is tilted in favour of granting planning permission, except where the benefits of the proposed development are significantly and demonstrably outweighed by the adverse impacts. In this instance, it's not considered that there are any material issues that would prevent the tilted balance from being engaged. It's also considered that the adverse impacts that we've identified of the proposed development do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the substantial benefits from the proposal as set out in the planning report. Therefore, members, this application is recommended to the Planning Committee that it's resolved to delegate to the Head of Planning to approve the application, subject to the conditions as set out in the planning report, but also subject to any alteration addition to those conditions that is necessary, provided that any alteration or addition to them does not go beyond the core of the decision, and also subject to the completion, signing and sealing of a Section 106 agreement in line with the obligations again set out in the planning report. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have some objectors with us today that have a total of 15 minutes between them, as you've already stated earlier. Could I please ask Mr. Frank Ahern to come up to the table? I believe he's going to do a quick introduction.
Yes.
Could you use the microphone? Thank you.
I know this is not an edition of The Chase, but I would like to ask the clock not to be started until I've given a brief introduction to Save Land North of Merley, if that's okay. So we are an action group. We've been campaigning for 3.5 years. We have 1,000 members on our Facebook page. We've had many events, very, very well attended. There's a big story in the Echo this morning about the activities over the last 3 years. And we sent this summary report to you all last week. It's our own report to counter the case officer's report. Thank you, Chris. I'm ready to go. Councillors, here's a simple piece of logic. Firstly, local plan PP10 states that planning permission, quote, will only be granted on the site if the scheme fulfills policy conditions. Secondly, as you will have seen from our summary report and can deduce perhaps from the omissions in the case officer's report, the application is not wholly compliant. Conclusion, therefore, you should feel obliged to refuse the application or at the very least defer it. The applicant can have no complaints if it is refused in its current non-compliant form. We know the case officer to be a conscientious man and have always had full confidence in his integrity. However, we believe that his sense of obligation to fulfill the allocation has led him to exaggerate the positives and to downplay the negatives. He's optimistic that a number of significant and problematic issues can find resolution further down the line. We disagree. We do not think that issues that have not been resolved in the last 3 years are likely to find satisfactory resolution at the reserved matter stage. Councillors, there is another side to the story than that told by the report. We believe there's been a miscalculation in the way that the pros and cons of the application have been weighted. For example, we do not believe that the comments of Historic England have been given sufficient weight, or that the criticisms laid against highway issues have been given sufficient emphasis. The report is flawed. material considerations must be weighted and balanced properly. They have not been.
So next I have Mr. Bamber, who's speaking on Microsoft Teams. Bamber.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can take it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Okay. The transport modelling that has been undertaken to justify the development is not reliable. I have provided detailed technical justification for this view in the Railton reports. The applicant's model allows no vehicle route between the site and Queen Anne Drive via Rempstone Road. This is a fatal flaw that has been ignored. The model also shows the local area to be so congested that development traffic can't even get onto the network, but instead stays in a kind of limbo known in modelling terms as residual demand. It is an error in the modelling work. No one has considered where this lost traffic will go. In reality, it may well lead to a severe impact in terms of even greater queues and delays. CEDAMS does not offer a solution. The conclusions of CEDAMS rest on subjective modelling assumptions about how people may travel in the future. The assumptions are ludicrously simplified and staggeringly optimistic, yet are still used in favour of the built-in capability of the model to predict mode shift. Fundamental problem is that there are no measures proposed by the applicant or in CEDAMS that give buses priority over cars. Additional buses will sit in traffic just like all other vehicles. Despite this, CEDAMS predicts a new fully loaded bus every 3 minutes on the A348 corridor. This prediction is indefensible. Neither the applicant's model nor the CEDAMS modelling can be relied upon. The modelling errors mean that the impact on Canford Magna has been underestimated. There has been no meaningful mitigation proposed for this highly sensitive route. Indeed, the best that can be provided for pedestrians is a white line on the carriageway, in places only 80 centimetres from steep embankments. For a key access route, this is entirely unacceptable in highway safety terms. Overall, mitigation is limited to a number of local schemes to help pedestrians cross roads and squeeze a little more capacity out of a few local junctions. The travel plan is a toothless document that will fail to get people out of cars because there is no bus priority. It has not been demonstrated that the proposals are compliant with policy PP10 or other policies dealing with transport safety, capacity, or environmental impact. Thank you.
Next I have Mr. Tim Lister.
We now move on to heritage issues. Councillors who have seen on your site visit yesterday the narrow road lane through the impressive listed buildings of Canford, from the historic cottages of Oakley at one end to the iconic Canford Magna Model Village at the other. You councillors are the custodians of these valuable heritage assets. You will be aware, therefore, of why policy PP10 requires their preservation or enhancement, and yet proposed development threatens these two inescapable bottlenecks with increased congestion, pollution and vibration, serious safety concerns for pedestrians and cyclists. Today I will focus on one particular heritage issue. As you walked along the carriage driveway yesterday, you will have been made aware of its historic significance and why both Historic England and your own conservation officer wanted there to be a sizable green buffer between the new houses and the drive. This has not been included in the application because of the applicant's insistence on building an above minimum 550 houses. Historic England is a major statutory consultee whose views should be respected. Supported by the Conservation Officer, they offered a compromise solution to create an appropriate buffer by omitting the Stour Valley edge. the reduction to 500 houses would still have fulfilled the local plan minimum allocation of houses. It was a compromise refused by the applicant, a refusal endorsed in the case officer's report. Much of the report's assessment is centred on the question of harm, whether it is, quote, substantial or, quote, less than substantial. Historic England have always accepted that the harm to heritage assets will be done, and always accepted that it will be less than substantial. However, they argue that it is not insignificant and needs, therefore, to be properly addressed with proper sense of balance. Instead of the proposed compromise being required of the applicant is applauded in the report for evolving the design to address heritage impacts, quote, where practicable to do so. This is false. It is practicable to omit the Stour Valley Edge, as Historic England calls for, and still build the number of houses and the local plan requires. Omission of the Stour Valley Edge would still enable 4 rows of houses to build higher up the hill, despite what you've been told. Councillors, you have the power to put this right by refusing the application as it stands, or by deferring it. I will now move on to the issue of affordable housing. To remind you, councillors, when the local plan was formulated, the provision of affordable housing was the main argument to justify the changing status of the green belt on this economically unsuitable site. The case officer report states that the applicants are confident that 40% affordable housing can be achieved. As you know, NPPF requires affordable rental and sale values to be 20% lower than the local market costs, and affordable housing costs should be less than 30% of household income. The applicant has proposed building a greater proportion of more expensive 3 and 4 bedroom houses, 4+ bedroom houses on the site, when compared to the strategic housing market assessment requirement. The reality of applying these figures means that a household requires an income in excess of £45,000 for the rental of a 3-bedroom affordable property, and £74,000 to service the purchase of a 3-bedroom affordable house, assuming a 95% mortgage and based upon current Merley property values. If you are a family in Poole looking for an affordable 3-bedroom house, would you be able to afford it in the new development? I'm sure you're all aware of the national living wage. It is £9.50 per hour, which equates to £19,760 per annum for a 40-hour week. Even with 2 household incomes at this rate, it still falls short of the income required to even rent a 3-bedroom property, let alone purchase one. This demonstrates the very limited nature of affordable housing in a relatively expensive area such as UE1, with its river views and heritage assets. To avoid falling foul of the viability issues later, we urge you, councillors, to look at this further before approving the application. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Mr. David Stanland via Teams.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you, Mr. Stanland.
Right, thank you. Standards for provision of open space and recreational facilities as set out in the Poole local plan, open space needs assessment, are not met, and the application therefore fails to meet policy PP10L. Neither does it meet the requirements of policy PP25, which states that such facilities should be provided on site for strategic urban extensions. The officer's report states that policy PP25 can here be ignored, and that although it is not a town centre location, off-site provision is acceptable. This may be the case for sports pitches due to the topography of the area, but for older children and teenagers, there is no planned provision on site. This 60-acre plus site is being promoted for family homes and will therefore have to accommodate the day-to-day recreational and social activities of many young children. It is inexcusable that the local planning authority should be expecting older children to travel off-site to a multi-use games area simply to accommodate a greater number of homes. Environmental services are now describing the attenuation basins as duck ponds to give the impression of shallow water, but these basins can hold water to a depth of 1.5 metres and we therefore continue to question their safety, as well as their contribution to the amount of usable public open space being proposed on site. There is a further question regarding the Environment Agency's requirement that 3 hectares of the Sang be set aside as, quote, natural, undisturbed space provided and protected for biodiversity. This would leave the Sang below Natural England's minimum area of 16.05 hectares of Sang required in association with 550 dwellings. Councillors, all these matters need further scrutiny. Turning to startups, policy P10J of the local plan requires sites such as this to provide space for business startups and incubator units. Minutes of a meeting in October 2018 with the applicant confirmed that in the absence of employment shown in the scheme, it would not be policy compliant, and therefore the Borough of Poole feel the need to collect a contribution to fund the employment provision at Cruxton Farm or somewhere else in the district if the Cruxton Farm area does not come forward. Here it is believed that if, no doubt, should read when. Even if this approach were found to be compliant with statute, the proposed financial contribution of £356,000 might not be spent locally, as much is admitted in para 228 of the officer's report. This amounts to a half-hearted attempt to sidestep this issue and, in effect, would appear to amount to admission that the applicant has cherry-picked only the more lucrative parts of this proposedly mixed-use strategic allocation. Providing access alone to serve this commercial area is insufficient for the purposes of compliance with policy. If BCP succumbs to this potential ruse, it could lead to future pressure for this commercial area to be reallocated as residential land, making the proposed contribution relatively derisory compared to the increased land value arising from this change. Thank you, members.
And finally is just Mr. Ahern to sum up.
Mr. Chairman, can I crave your indulgence one more time? Can I just check with the clock off? Can I just check how much time we've got left? We did rehearse this, and we got within. You're not going to grant any indulgence. Right. Firstly, can I ask you then, and I'm disappointed with that response, can I ask you to quiz the case officer on the questionable figure he uses on the current land supply statistic? He has not answered an inquiry from a former councillor last week onto how he reached that statistic, and we need to know, because he uses that to justify the fact that the local plan is supposedly out of date and therefore there is a presumption in favour. We don't believe there is a presumption in favour. We think the harms outweigh considerably the benefits. There is a long list of benefits in that report, and repeated by the way, and a very short. There are a few areas where policy requirements are not fully met. A few, and transport's not one of them, by the way. So I want to ask you, in response to that slanted report, are you happy that everyone is second-guessing whether the drainage system is going to work on that site? With the councillor's stress on modal shift, are you happy that currently there are no targets of trip reduction and no stated remedial measures to be applied if those targets are not met? Do you really believe that 40% affordable housing is going to be possible there? And are you really happy to completely ignore historic England? Questions, make sure you get answers. It does not seem right or logical to approve the application that flies in the face of so many locally agreed planning stipulations. If you allow developers to ignore policies within the local plan, if planners implicitly condone this by not insisting on compliance, then you will damage confidence in the whole process of local planning. Or to put it another way, rule makers should not be rule breakers. We've seen what the public think of rule breaking rule makers. So councillors have the courage and wisdom to defer this application at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Chairman. So moving on to our applicants and supporters, I have two. As the objectors were given the opportunity to do a very brief introduction, I think it would only be fair to allow that same discretion. And so could I just ask Mr. Shaw to introduce himself, and Mr. Richards as well.
Yes, thank you. My name is Richard Shaw. I'm the Planning Director at Savills, and I'm the planning consultant for this application. Mr. Richards is a Land and Planning Director of Carla Homes, who are the chosen developer for the site. I'm starting my clock now as well, Chairman. Thank you. Firstly, Chairman, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you members for a very, very thorough site inspection yesterday. I think that was very well conducted and very helpful and very informative. This important site is allocated in your adopted local plan, removed from the green belt to deliver family housing that can't be accommodated on town centre brownfield allocations. As an allocated site, the principle of development for, and I quote, at least 400 homes is already established, and the local plan allocation stand extends right up to the carriage drive. The starting point for all planning decisions is whether an application complies with the development plan. As your officer's report shows, this application does so in every respect, and I emphasise that, every respect, in relation to the last speaker's comment. The application followed extensive pre-application engagement and is supported by an environmental impact assessment, design and access statement, design code, parameter plans and regulating plan. Updated and refined as the application has evolved, they set the framework for delivering a policy compliant, high quality development, and they now provide a clear basis for outline approval. Your officer's report is comprehensive, addressing all key issues. Extensive dialogue has taken place since submitting the application in 2019. We've responded to all matters raised by BCP, by consultees, by the action group and the public. Additional information is provided as requested. As a result of this lengthy, near 3-year application process, we can confidently say that all matters are now fully agreed as set out in your report, including the quantum of housing. Policy requires a minimum of 500. Detailed site assessment agreed with officers has shown capacity for up to 550, whilst delivering a development appropriate in character, quality and appearance, which does not unacceptably affect interests of importance, and I'm quoting that from condition 8 of your committee report. The housing mix is heavily focused on family housing. It will not compete with your regeneration sites. Conditions require at least 85% houses, no more than 15% flats. It includes entirely policy compliant, 40% affordable, and the affordable mix queried by the last speaker has been agreed with your housing officers. 20% of all housing will be accessible and adaptable. The scheme includes self-build plots and elderly persons accommodations provided in the care home. The master plan, design code and parameter plans have been updated following discussions with your urban design and conservation officers, and condition 7 requires entire compliance through a statement with those at reserve matter stage to ensure delivery. On heritage, none of this site is in a conservation area, but it adjoins 2, and the carriage drive is a non-designated heritage asset. Historic England repeated their concerns previously made to the full local plan. It's important to note that Historic England make comments. They do not object to this application. Their concerns relate to less than substantial harm, i.e. the degree of harm is as low as it can be. The same HE comments were taken into account by the council and by the local plan inspector when allocating the site, and nothing has changed. The extent of development shown in our current master plan matches then those shown in the drawings submitted to the local plan. It was accepted by the council and the inspector then, and it is no different now. As you saw on your site visit, the application includes a very significant setback from the carriage drive. extensive areas of landscaped open space in between and filtered views. The application proposes a number of carriage drive enhancements, improved surfacing, series of interpretation boards providing information to users about its former function, historic context, etc. Landscape management and enhancement, a secondary avenue of trees to reinforce the current lime avenue on its south side, and opening up views across the Stour Valley to the north. Our specialist conservation advice is that these measures significantly enhance the present situation. The significance of the non-listed carriage drive, one of 4 drives leading to the school, is overstated and will be improved, in fact, by the measures proposed. Deleting the character area would lose 67 or 68 dwellings. It would have major impact on the policy requirement for at least 500 Chairman. Even if such impractical changes were to be made, as your officer's report states in para 186, Historic England are unlikely to ever conclude that there won't be any change to their less than substantial harm comment. Indeed, the HE officer in meetings said he would probably continue to take that same view unless the entire site was kept undeveloped or just a line of development along Oakley Lane. In concluding this issue, your committee report weighs the long list of very significant housing and other public benefits against the lingering Historic England concern, which has never been made an objection. And it rightly concludes, your officer's report rightly concludes, that these benefits substantially outweigh the residual less than substantial harm. The officer's conclusion matches our heritage advice, and it matches the local plan inspector and your council, predecessor council's conclusions. On transport, Chairman, I won't repeat the points that the officer made in his presentation. In response to what we've just heard, the scope of the assessment was agreed with your highways team. It modelled 600 actually, not 550, and so it was an extremely robust modelling exercise. It was reviewed by BCP Highways. The objectors' highways comments have been reviewed by BCP Highways as well. The standalone junction modelling at Rempston Road and Queen Anne Drive was independently assessed, and other elements were the subject of independent safety audit. And in summary, the highway proposals have been thoroughly addressed and agreed by BCP. On employment land, our application provides new access and financial contribution, which is agreed with your Economic Development Officer, Chairman. On education, £4.38 million to facilitate expansion of an early first school and increase middle school capacity, agreed with your education team. On healthcare, 140,000 contribution has been agreed with the Dorset Clinical Commissioning Group. In relation to SANG, it is significant in old money, 16 hectares is 41 acres, a very large area, not just serving new occupiers, but serving existing residents and BCP residents. It delivers a key part of the Stour Valley Linear Park, which is a joint initiative between your council and Dorset. Parts of the SANG occasionally flood for a few days in wet winters, but Natural England are happy with this seasonal occurrence and have agreed this in SANGs elsewhere. As Mr. Llewellyn pointed out on site, winter is the time when Dorset heathlands are at their least sensitive to pressure. The SANG includes boardwalks and other features to deal with that. I think our SANG will be more sensitive than the image that Mr. Llewellyn showed of the Camford SANG. It's been agreed by Natural England, Dorset Wildlife Trust and your biodiversity officer. And dialogue with the angling clubs has taken place and their interests will be protected. On open space and green infrastructure, Chairman, we over-provide on site, as you heard. We contribute to off-site play improvement and other facilities. Community allotments and orchards are included, and the provision is fully agreed by our open space team as being compliant. When you add our open space to the SANG, we provide 24.5 hectares, which is over 60 acres of new accessible green space, and that's 50% of the entire site area. That'll all be maintained by a management company at no expense to the public purse. Ecology and biodiversity is agreed and signed off by your biodiversity officer. Flood risk and drainage are agreed with the Environment Agency and the local lead flood authority. The action group raised concerns about the on-site balancing lakes and other matters, but they've been reassessed and agreed by the authority. Noise, odour and air quality were matters put forward as concerns. Wessex Water has a safeguarding distance of 250 metres from the local treatment works, and we're 340 metres away to our closest one in excess. Your environmental health officer has agreed that noise, odour, air quality and Wessex Water safeguarding are all satisfactory. In response to objectors, we are aware and respectful of the interest in this proposal, and we have considered and responded to all their expressed concerns. Every issue raised has been thoroughly assessed by us and by BCP officers. As a result of the action group's diligence, the planning officer's recommendation is based on an even more rigorous and detailed level of assessment than normal. Committee members can therefore rest assured that all issues have been very thoroughly addressed. The list of benefits that this delivers, Chairman, is immense. It's 550 homes meeting policy focused on family housing, making most effective use of greenbelt land that has been excluded from greenbelt and released for housing is an imperative, which assists your future local plan review. 40% housing is totally policy compliant. High quality design, including Lady Wimborne cottage style designs in areas of sensitivity, care home addressing elderly persons' needs, significant funding for first and middle school expansion, doctor's surgery capacity improvements, highways works, and £2 million of funding for sustainable transport, 40 acres of sand, major contribution to the country, Slough Valley Linear Park, 24.5 hectares, 61 acres overall new accessible green space for the community, new walking and cycling network, structural planting, significant new trees, new allotments and orchards, biodiversity net gain, carriage drive improvements, new access to the employment site, finance to support its delivery, £7 million, Chairman, in total contribution as under 106. The committee report says over 5 million, but if you add up the schedule, it's well in excess of that. Still contribution to BCP of 3.9 million, new homes bonus and enhanced council tax income. The additional 50 homes above policy minimum is a major delivery benefit, as you have a 5-year housing land supply shortfall, 4.1 years for Poole, only 2.3 and 2.7 years of housing supply for Bournemouth and Christchurch. Making the most effective use of land excluded from the greenbelt is a substantial benefit to your local plan review. Indeed, it's part of your local plan review option 2. In addition to our compliance with the development plan in every respect, the officer's report rightly emphasises that the MPF presumption in favour of sustainable development should also be applied due to your 5-year housing land supply shortfall. The proposal is socially, economically and environmentally sustainable. Our application has been carefully assembled. It's comprehensive, policy compliant. It delivers extensive benefits. It's been thoroughly achieved through dialogue with your officers, not just planning, but right across your authority's skill set. The tilted balance is very firmly in favour. We're not ignoring policies. And for these reasons, members, we commend the officer's assessment and recommendation, and we respectfully ask you to grant approval with the conditions and 106 provisions included in the report. Thank you, Chair. I'll now hand over to Mr. Richard, Carla Holmes, the appointed developer, selected because of their high quality design and approach to early delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are just over 3 minutes remaining.
Good morning. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address the committee today. As Richard said, my name is John Richards. I'm the Land Planning Director for Carla Holmes Thames. Carla have been working alongside Richborough as their preferred development partner for much of the process of this outline planning application. Carla as a business prides itself in delivering new homes of the highest architectural quality that seamlessly integrate into existing communities by establishing a strong and meaningful sense of place and identity. Both Carla and Richborough have been aware from the outset that this is a special site, which requires a development partner that's able to meet the aspirations of the community in BCP to deliver a scheme that embodies the best principles of placemaking and urban design. We've been very fortunate to be able to work in parallel with Richborough throughout the determination of the application to develop a design code and set of master planning principles which we're committed to delivering and following through at reserve matters stage. It's exactly at the reserve matters stage that some of the finer details of the outline are developed and realised. Our ability to work alongside Richborough to inform the code and the master plan has not only ensured that the quality of the development will be carried through, but also ensures that the subsequent reserve matters application will be submitted as soon as possible should committee resolve to grant permission today. This is absolutely key from a housing delivery perspective, which we appreciate as an important strategic aim for BCP. Land north of Merley represents a key strategic site for Carla, our first sizable development towards Dorset and the south coast. building upon the success of our 2,000 home urban extension at Kings Barton in Winchester. We're committed to working with BCP and the local community, including full public engagement and exhibitions at reserved matter stage, to deliver the visions and aspirations set out within the design code, to ensure that much needed new housing of the highest architectural quality is delivered as soon as possible on this very special allocated site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have 3 ward councillors with us this afternoon, and I would ask you to come up in turn and state your parts, please. You have 5 minutes each, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. I address you today as not only one of the ward councillors representing views of residents, but also as a chartered surveyor with 46.5 years experience practising locally, which was originally dealing with planning. I also live in Nerley and have for the past 21 years. I've read the officer's report and the accompanying documents. The recommendation before you is to grant. I do not support that. Whilst the numerous facets of this application have been investigated and negotiated with the applicant over the past 3 years, leading to, on balance, the officer's siding with the applicant, for me, the balance of factors is more weighted to refuse this application for 550 houses. I accept that some housing will be built here one day, but the measures for off-site mitigation and on-site ones are not good enough. Of course, the controlling group, the old Poole Borough Council, in 2018 made the mistake to take away the Greenbelt status, imagining that 500 houses could be built here. They can't. There are some particular reasons to refuse I want to highlight. For example, the severe highway deficiencies, also heritage ones. But first I would draw the committee to page 91 of the agenda, page 67 of the report, paragraph 325. That's probably easier to find. Here we have a baker's dozen of reasons to grant. But now turn the page over, paragraph 326. We have no real attempt to set out the negatives, of which there are many, as listed by the Save Land North of Nerley. No bullet points here, just being told a few policy requirements have not been met, like a lack of on-site playing pitches, no youth facilities either. You're left to ponder the others. There are all in the report, but not pulled together. For the 550 houses, the care home, and the eventual business units, despite things like cycle lanes, bus subsidies, bus suggestions of working from home, we're easily going to see 1,000 more cars along Oakley Lane, probably more. Nerley is an affluent estate. High car ownership levels exist. Mum and dad, and often the 2 offspring, each have a car. Of course, there is no space along Oakley Lane for bus lanes, and at the morning peak hour on school days, there is real gridlock around the Willett Arms from the school. I know I've been stuck there many times. We're told the junction with the B3073 is to be improved. Only cosmetic changes there. Still 1 lane in, 1 lane out. Then you have the original country lane up Oakley Street, so narrow that the buses have to be let through or you lose your wing mirror. The Magda Road junction works are also minor, but at least there's a right-hand turn but no traffic lights. That would have helped. Can't we have lights there? Folk on the estate will not stagger their journey hours. There'll be real problems. Don't forget that before you granted consent for the UE2 junctions of Queen Anne Drive and Gravel Hill, plus Bear Cross Roundabout, they were already reported to be at maximum capacity. On the heritage side, you saw briefly an overall plan of the 2 conservation areas located here. You obviously had the site visit yesterday, so you more fully know about all the heritage things surrounding this development site. Our conservation officer and Historic England's positions are very clear. The number of houses should drop by 50 by removing Stour Valley Edge units. Now, apart from a very small section discovered very recently, there is no part of the application site within conservation areas, but planning will say that if development affects the setting of them and other heritage aspects, then the harm needs to be graded into 1 of 3 options: substantial harm, less than substantial harm, or no harm. To quote the last sentence from the Heritage England statement on paragraph 61, your authority needs to consider very carefully, that's the councillors, whether the proposals offer a wider public benefits of such a substance that justifies the harm to the setting of the Camford Manor, Grade 1 listed building, and the heritage asset of greatest high significance. At paragraph 186, we're told Conservation Officer and Historic England still advise due to the harm fewer houses should be built. The applicant says no, the public benefit outweighs this. The officer agrees, but you don't have to. You're the decision makers. At Paragraph 190, the wider benefits are set out under 14 items. The advice being that the harm to the heritage is fully mitigated by the public benefits. Paragraph 328, under 3 bullet points, we're told why 50 fewer units can't apply. The third, employment benefits during construction is very tenuous, very short term. So it seems to me non-heritage judgments have been used to come to conclusion. In my opinion, that's not correct under planning rules and case law. I refer to the 2019 High Court case of Regina versus Bradford Council. It was held inappropriate for council officers to predetermine the impact of the development on heritage assets and not include these judgments. I can't see those judgments in the report as to the effects of the heritage status are less than substantial. Our own conservation officer's advice is buried amongst 960 documents on the website. Otherwise, their opinions are scattered around the officer's report. Historic England's advice is also within those 1,000-odd documents. So it's for you councillors to decide whether there is substantial or less than substantial harm. You've got the officer's advice, but you don't have to accept it. Accordingly, for these reasons, and those from say land of North Merley, I call on the committee to refuse or at least defer this application and negotiate, even if it takes another several months for the applicants to improve the application substantially and reduce the number down, for example. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak today and allowing me to join you on your site visit yesterday. I hope you enjoyed your time in Merley. During the past 3 years, I've spoken to hundreds of residents in the ward, with the possible exception of one, everybody is against this development. The strength of feeling was highlighted by the red card event that you've all seen photographs of. You've heard that Save Land North of Merley Facebook group has around 1,000 members, but I've spoken to many residents who are not on Facebook. Firstly, a little bit about Merley. Before the early 70s, Merley was an area of a few houses, some quite historic, plus some ribbon development along Gravel Hill and Merley Lane. The main roads to Merley were Gravel Hill and Oakley Lane. When Merley Estate was built in the mid-70s, the planners recognised that Oakley Lane and Merley Lane were not suitable for carrying the amount of traffic that would result. So Queen Anne Drive was built and the end of Merley Lane was blocked off, thereby ensuring the majority of traffic was fed along the new road, avoiding Oakley Lane and the conservation area and bottlenecks at each end. In 1970, about half the UK households did not have a car. Now over 80% of our households, probably more in Merley, own a car, and over 40% have 2 or more cars. Car usage is high in Merley. It has no middle or secondary schools. All children older than 9 are educated outside the estate. Likewise, most residents work and shop out of the area. The traffic congestion here will not only impact the local residents. Gravel Hill, the A349, is a main road route into Poole, carrying the traffic into the commercial areas on the port. The A31 is the main south coast road, and congestion at the Willett Arms Junction already produces tailbacks that interfere with traffic along this trunk road. You may well have noticed standing traffic along the trunk road during the visit yesterday. The wrong decision here today will have a major effect on the economy of the whole area. Looking at the master plan, the area designated for the Sang adds little to what is already used by residents. Before the site visit yesterday, I walked virtually the whole length of the new Sang along the river, as I frequently do in the summer. There are already car parking problems near the parish church. The proposed car park, the 22 on your plan, will not alleviate this. In fact, the entrance to it was the bus stop will create less, not more parking at that area. I support the moves to promote active travel and the use of public transport. However, the plans don't go far enough. Cyclists will have to be presented with the same problems at either end of Oakley Lane as motor vehicles. The bus service provision is not started until 100 houses are occupied. These houses will have made provisions for transport before the bus becomes available. The BCP declared a climate and ecological emergency in July 19. This was sometime after UB1 was taken out of the green belt. I wonder if the same decision will be made today. Temperature changes caused by climate change are already creating extremes in weather. Heavy rainfall and rising river levels and groundwater is not good news for settlements that are too close to the rivers. Yet we are considering planning application that proposes to deal with the water runoff from 550 houses using filtration basins that will be located within a few metres of the River Stour. There are limitations to the proposal of infiltration basins, made clear in condition 33, which stipulates that the development cannot begin to take place until a scheme for the discharge and attenuation of surface water runoff for the lifetime of development has been submitted and approved. This suggests that the current designs are untested. Added to that, the Environmental Agency has predicted that peak river flows along the lower Stour will rise by 47% the next 100 years, which combined with groundwater flooding will result in flood levels rising as much as a metre. Already, the majority of the coastline floods in winter, so not to be available for intended use. Also, there's a foul water pumping station within the site, red box on the plan, and we walked past it yesterday, which last year discharged untreated sewage into the Stour 5 times for a total of 10 hours. The extra surface water drainage will make this more frequent. Remember that the drinking water supply for Bournemouth is taking up the Stour downstream of Early, and any remaining water ends up eventually in the sea at Christchurch. For these reasons, I've asked you to refuse the application as it stands today, as 550 houses is too many for the site. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Just firstly like to start off by thanking the Planning Officer, Steve Llewellyn, for his work on this planning application over many, many years. His extensive report that members have had and the site visit yesterday, which was very informative. You'll note in paragraphs 82 to 87 of your report that the 4 rounds of public consultation, as this application has been amended and developed over the last few years, and the overwhelming response of the local community in objection to the proposal. I've been really disappointed by the public engagement by the applicant, which has been minimal, and it's very poor in comparison to the other local developments at U1 and UE2 in recent years. I've lived in Bearwood and Merley area for nearly 30 years now, and well positioned to the allocation of this previous Greenbelt site in the Poole local plan in 2018 is a matter of record, and I still believe that that was a bad decision. Since discussions on the potential of this site started some 6 years ago, I believe that the local highway network and the roads could not sustain this scale of development, and nothing I've heard from the applicant has changed my mind. But we are where we are. Members must understand that this area is one of the most historic parts of the conurbation, comparable to the historic parts of Poole Old Town and historic Christchurch. Such a proposed scale of development requires matching investment in highways, community facilities and open space, which this application does not offer. In terms of open space, the SANG provision mostly just puts a new name on green space, which is already open to the public and in regular use. In terms of community facilities, this application only offers some play areas, a small community car park and some allotments. There are no youth facilities proposed, no community building, no playing pitches. In terms of the fundamental issue around transport on the highway network, I disagree with paragraph 46 of the report and believe that even with the proposed highway improvements, this will still create an unacceptable impact on the highway network contrary to policy PP10. The nature of Merley, as you've heard, is a more affluent out-of-town area and has a much higher than average level of car ownership, which is not taken into consideration. The proposals require us to take a leap of faith in modal shift to sustainable travel, which will not materialise in this out-of-town area, which has only low-frequency public transport connections. The development of this scale should, in my opinion, have at least a new connection to the A31 to handle the highway impact so that vehicles can connect straight from the A31 to the proposed new development and keep away from Camper Magna Village. Members, what we've been offered here is a large-scale development with some tinkering to junctions, some pedestrian crossings, a lack of community facilities and questionable improvement to open space. It's being done on the cheap. Compare this, members, to UE2, which you considered recently, which offers a new road junction, a community hall and genuine new sang area. I'd urge members to refuse this application and for the applicant to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Members, I think we've sat here for a fair length of time so far this morning, so I am now going to adjourn for a 10-minute comfort break for everyone, and then we will come back and start the debate. So could we all please be back here for 5 to 12, please. Okay, members and members of the public, I think everyone is now back in the room, so we will now continue. I will firstly ask Steve Llewellyn if he would like to come back and make comments on anything that he has heard from the objectors and the applicants, please. Mr. Llewellyn.
Okay, thank you, Chair. First of all, just picking up on the heritage issues, we heard from Councillor Andrews. There's a question regarding the determination or the conclusions regarding the extent of harm arising from the proposed development. I just want to clarify to start with that the degree of harm has been concluded that it's less than substantial harm. That degree of harm has been concluded both by the council's conservation officer but also by Historic England. So that assessment of harm is not the opinion of a planning officer, it is the opinion of the conservation officer and from Historic England. So that's an important point to note, that degree of harm has come from Historic England as a body. In terms of the heritage issues, I just want to highlight to members that you do need, in terms of the tests from the MPPF, you do need to consider, as part of the assessment of this application and your determination of the application, the significance of the heritage assets, and you do need to consider the impact of the development on the setting of all of the heritage assets. Now, those heritage assets are the designated heritage assets. That includes both the Oakley Lane and the Camford Magna conservation areas. It also includes the listed buildings that lie within them. We've also heard today regarding the impact on the setting of the Grade 1 listed Camford Manor, again a designated heritage asset. And then in terms of the non-designated heritage assets, again you need to be considering the impact on the setting of locally listed buildings within the conservation areas or outside, and also the carriage driveway as a non-designated heritage asset. Now again, in terms of the report, there is an assessment within the planning report regarding the significance of the heritage assets in question, and obviously we have weighed up in terms of the planning balance, the assessment of the degree of harm being caused and that planning balance in terms of any public benefits. But members, you have to make that judgment for yourselves today in the determination of this application. Just secondly, Chair, I'd like to quickly pick up on a point regarding the attenuation basins. It was made by Councillor Burton. He questioned the attenuation basins and the condition which requires a scheme for surface water drainage to be submitted in due course if the application were approved. What he indicated was the fact that there was a condition being proposed suggests that the design of the attenuation basins is contested. That is not the case. The reason for the condition is the fact that this is an outline application, with the master plan being indicative, and a detailed design of the attenuation basins does not form part of the detailed matters for you to be determining today. And that's the reason for that particular condition, and I thought that was worth clarifying. Just in terms of comments regarding youth play, so that's not been secured as part of the application for on-site provision. It would need the reduction of housing areas due to the extent of buffers that are required around youth play facilities, such as multiple use games areas, for example. And also we've had to have regard to sensitivities of the adjacent heritage assets in terms of where such facilities could be delivered. And again, members, you would have seen from the site yesterday, obviously we were talking about the buffer zone, for example, at the eastern end of the site lying adjacent to the Camford Magna conservation area. And you also saw the linear form of public open spaces adjacent to the carriage driveway. And again, we've had to consider whether or not it would be suitable to provide such provision within an area such as that adjacent to the non-designated heritage asset of the carriage drive. So the provision's not on site. However, the applicant has provided a significant contribution for off-site provision, and that will provide a level of off-site provision which may actually have exceeded what could have been achieved and delivered had that been on site. And it's not unusual for the youth play provision, such as a multi-use games area or skate park, small wheeled play facility, to not be on the doorstep of the housing that it will actually serve. I think I'm going to pass over to Nick Perrins, if I can, Chair, to address the issue of the 5-year housing land supply that got raised, and then you may wish to invite Lee Smith in terms of any transportation matters that he might want to come back in on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Perrins.
Thank you, Chair. Just on 5-year land supply, there was a question about where it may have derived from, and just to confirm, the Council's 5-year housing land supply position is set out in a published document on the Council's website. It was published on the 28th of Jan 2022, which basically assesses the sources of supply across the BCP area. Pool is broken down into its own subsection, and its assessment of existing planning permissions, which are felt to come forward over the next 3 years, but also other sites which we expect to come forward over the 5-year period. And that's then applied against the annual housing requirement. And that calculation derives a figure of 4.1 years, but it is published on the Council's website, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perrins. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, just
Did
to
you
pick
want
up.
to speak now or wait until questions are asked of you?
I think just one point. I think just a broad point, really. I think there was some questions raised about transport modelling that's been submitted, and I think we'd just like to say, from a higher authority point of view, we've been satisfied with the model information that's been submitted. Is sufficient for us to make a decision on the application. So just that broad comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Okay, members, who would like to kick off the debate, please? Anyone willing to start? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please, to start with. So the document from some objectors was talking about PP10 not being compliant. If the officer could just address the balance views on that, please, just to start with. Thanks.
In terms of PP10, there's a raft of criteria which are required. The development is required to comply with. In terms of subsections A, B, and C, that relates to housing mix, affordable housing, and the scheme not having adverse impacts on the town centre major brownfield sites, and I've addressed that in the presentation, and we believe that the scheme is wholly compliant with all of those issues. Subsection D relates to mitigation measures to avoid any impact on European and internationally important sites and relation to biodiversity. Again, it's considered that the scheme is compliant with that criteria, and there are conditions requiring biodiversity appraisal and biodiversity enhancement measures to be secured through the conditions. Provision of SANG, as I've mentioned, is part of the proposal. 16 hectares of SANG coming forward. Subsections F, G and H all relate to the provision of mitigation measures to the highway network and promotion of bus cycling and walking access. And again, I've taken you through in detail today in the terms of the presentation. And again, it's the officer's opinion that the proposal is compliant with all of those subsections of the policy. Subsection I relates to schools, and again, the application secures 4.3 million as an education contribution. Subsection K is relating to the upgrading of local doctor surgery, and again, I've reported to you today that a financial contribution would be secured towards such provision. In terms of subsection L, that's relating to the suitable level of play equipment and other facilities. Again, as I've mentioned to you, there is an over provision of public open space. Not all typologies of open space are actually met by the proposal. For example, it doesn't deliver a strategic park, which is one of the typologies. However, we wouldn't expect it to. Strategic parks are at least 10 hectares in size. This development would actually only require less than 1 hectare to meet that particular typology. And the whole purpose of the release of this site from the Greenbelt was to deliver housing, not to deliver a strategic park. And that was also the case with the UE2 development. So that didn't deliver that typology either. But as I said, an over provision of public open space in total. In terms of the play areas, the again, the application delivers an over provision of play space within the site. What it doesn't do, and I've already just touched upon this, is the youth provision. However, again, I'll emphasise the fact that there is contributions towards that provision. You might argue, members, that there's a slight conflict with that particular subsection, but the applicant is making provision towards such facilities. And then in terms of subsection M, that's relating to structural landscaping in relation to the greenbelt boundary. And again, that landscaping, again, is reserved for later consideration. But again, it's considered that the landscape planting will provide a defensible boundary to the greenbelt. Again, yesterday you saw on site the boundary of the carriage driveway, which runs adjacent to that greenbelt land. A significant defensible space provided by the existing vegetation and tree screening. And finally, it's the master plan exercise is undertaken in accordance with the community, and the applicant did engage with the community at the beginning of the process. So I think in total, out of those criteria, you might conclude that the policy or the proposed development is not potentially wholly compliant with subsection L, in that the youth provision is not delivered on site, but youth provision is being provided for in terms of the off-site contribution. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Regarding, we're looking at outline planning proposals, but if your picture in front of us now, so looking at the top where bordering onto the carriage drive, that the buffer zone, so you've clearly indicated the different distances between the drive and the buildings. Is that set in stone, or is that again subject to fluctuation of movement? Thank you.
So again, what you're seeing on the screen in front of you at the moment is the illustrative master plan. If you were to approve this application today, you would not be approving that particular plan. That is for indicative purposes only. The extent of the buffer zone potentially could change. However, we are quite clear from the Conservation Officer's comments and from Historic England's comments what their views are regarding the relationship of that northern edge of the development to the carriage driveway. And that assessment would then be subject to the detailed reserved matters. And if that buffer zone were to be reduced any further than what is shown on that master plan, then as officers, we may well determine that it's considered to be now too close and having too great an impact on the setting of the carriage driveway and in turn the setting of the grade 1 listed building, and that reserved matters application could then be refused in the future.
Thank you for that. And just lastly at this time, with regards to the roads, so for Mr. Smith, please, there's obviously developments going on in Wimborne and surrounding areas. So have the traffic management taken all that into consideration? Thank you.
Yes, the modelling that was agreed with the applicant had a list of committed developments that was allowed for. So there's south of Lee Road, the Sports Village in Wimborne, which is approximately 350 dwellings, local centre, Bournemouth FC training ground, which I don't know if that's actually going to go ahead, but that was just to the west of the UE2 land allocation. It allows for UE2 as well, the recent application that was approved by members, and U2, which is land south of Bank Road. So there's a fairly comprehensive list of committed developments that have been allowed for in the transport modelling.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Councillor Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a lot of points, but I thought I would just do the ones that are sort of questioning to start off with, and then perhaps come back later on with some additional points. Is that okay? Yeah. One of the things that I'm rather surprised at is that there's an ambition, which I don't think is very ambitious, of 20% renewable energy on site. But my thought on that, and apologies for not raising it yesterday, because that was the bit that I had to go back to last night, because getting the thing working at midnight was a bit of a pain. But where is the provision for, considering we're looking as an authority to be zero carbon, where is there provision to put in ground source heat pumps in the development that would affect the layout? Because I think you need a certain square meterage to actually sink them into the ground. That would seem to be ambitious, whereas at the moment 20% renewable, I think a lot of us are probably getting 20% renewable in our homes anyway by having solar panels. So that was the first question I wanted to ask. Another one, it's a fairly minor thing, but how does the surfacing of the carriage drive protect the heritage? Because you know, once something's been surfaced, it looks a lot more formal and a lot less antiquated. And why are there, bearing in mind the sensitivity of Camford Magna Village and the need for protection of it, why is there a proposal to increase the capacity of the entrance to the Camford Magna village stretch off of Magna Road? You know, because surely that would encourage more people to drive through the village. And as we saw yesterday on the coach, even at a quiet off-peak time, it's not exactly the easiest place to get through. But you know, if you look at the cottages either side, they're so close to the road that you couldn't expand the road element of it without, you know, basically killing off the conservation area. So I'll leave it at this point to those three queries.
Mr. Llewellyn.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just in terms of picking up on the issue of renewable energy, I've got to say, in terms of the ground source heat pumps, that is a technical question. I don't know the details of the exact amount of ground space that you would need for ground source heat pump. They can be provided for individual properties, but I don't know how much space is actually needed. So I can't tell you whether or not, in terms of renewable energy source, whether the proposal would rule in or out such a technology. However, in terms of the 20% provision, that is the policy requirement. So it's a minimum of 20% provision for a development of this scale, and the conditions that set out would secure that level of provision, both in relation to the residential dwellings and also the proposed care home. Just picking up on then the second issue of the surfacing of the carriage driveway, the conditions and also the Section 106 agreement would require the applicant to put forward a scheme of the proposed resurfacing works for the carriage driveway. And obviously, in terms of the surface treatment that would be put forward, we would expect that to be sensitive to the historic interest of the carriage driveway itself. But the actual detail of that, I'd say, is subject to the submission of a scheme to come forward. I'll answer the question about the Camford Magna Village junction, so the junction of Magna Road into Camford Magna, but Lee Smith may wish to expand on anything that I say. In terms of the junction capacity and the reason for the improvement works is the development will add traffic. We have acknowledged that is indicated, and so in order to ensure the free flow of traffic continuing along Magna Road, the proposal is to improve that junction with that ghost island, so enable vehicles turning right to move across to the right and no longer block up the traffic wanting to continue along Magna Road towards the Gravel Road junction. Now, I say Lee Smith may wish to expand upon that answer.
Mr. Smith, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, Chair, I think Steve summed that up. But there are elements of pedestrian safety improvements there and cycle safety improvements as part of that new junction layout as well, which are coming forward. But I think Steve summed it up appropriately.
Yeah, if I could just add one more point on that, I think the concern being raised was that the junction improvement works might actually encourage additional drivers to try to drive through Camford, Magna Village and along Oakley Lane. As I pointed out as part of the presentation, there are a number of speed reduction measures being proposed along Oakley Lane. I've referred to the speed cushions, the raised table junctions, the additional build out going through towards Camford, Magna Village. All of those would be deterrents to people seeking to use that route as a cut through.
Thank you. Councillor Pedman, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some, basically, again, 3 questions, very quick questions, I hope with quick answers, so I'll run through all 3 of them together. They're on 3 totally different subjects. First of all, the care home, can you give us more detail on the reasons for the concern about the siting of it? And as this is only an outline application, could it end up on a completely different site in the final version? Has any consideration been given to running buses through the site, as on the UE1 site, which was a bonus when that came to planning committee? As far as I can see, buses are only going to run along Oakley Lane, but it looks as though it could be possible to run a bus through, which would be very useful. And the affordable housing, I presume this is affordable in perpetuity, not just at first time of sale.
Llewellyn?
Okay, thank you, Chair. In terms of the care home, I think the reasons for the concern regarding the care home relate to effectively the scale of that building. It could be 2 to 3 stories in scale, but also the proximity of it to the conservation area itself. Now, in terms of the scale of the development, obviously, and its detailed design, that would be subject for a future reserve matters application. So the conservation area has raised that concern. That's not a concern that has been shared either by myself or by the urban design officer in terms of its relationship to the conservation area. And we believe that there is sufficient grounds, as you can see on the image on the screen in front of you, grounds around the actual building itself, separating it from the conservation area, and the detailed design could come forward in a form which actually reduces the scale of the building, maybe 3 stories at that sort of northeastern end. I'll just quickly highlight that to you. So that sort of 3 stories maybe at this end, and that could reduce down to a lower scale of development. So scale of development is one of the issues. However, I say that's not before you for consideration today. Will be subject to a future reserve matters application. In terms of the bus route running through the site, the access in terms of this master plan, the primary access road, so I'll just indicate that to you members, I'll just follow the arrow, so that would actually come in at this first junction off of Oakley Lane and actually runs around through the Cruxton Mead character area, crosses the public open space, and at this point the road is of a suitable width for vehicles to pass, and then would run through the Oakley Lane formal character area and then emerging back out onto Oakley Lane. So that master plan has taken into consideration a potential bus route should that come forward to run through the development itself. However, that would be subject to further discussions with the relevant bus company as to whether or not they would actually run a bus service through the development itself, or whether they would want to run that along Oakley Lane. However, either way, the proposal does provide the contribution towards that local bus service improvements. And on the final comment regarding affordable housing, yes, that affordable housing would be in perpetuity.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Yeah, Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Is the Heritage Officer available, please?
We don't, unfortunately. He's on leave at the moment.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's just that I'm very concerned that it's stated by the applicant's agent that Historic England don't object. I've got sight of their letter here, 18th of January, where they state the improvements to the carriageway and Lady Wimborne Bridge are beneficial, but do not consider that they outweigh the harm construction of a housing estate alongside the carriageway drive would cause to the setting of the Grade 1 listed building. They then go on to say the MPPF also advises that all harm requires clear and convincing justification, and the more important the asset, the greater the weight that should be given to its conservation. your authority will need to consider very carefully whether the proposals offer wider public benefits such as substance that justifies the harm to the setting of Canford Magna, a Grade 1 listed building and a heritage asset of the highest import significance. So I'd just like to clarify that, as I see it, they do object to the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Llewellyn?
Okay, Chairman. Whilst the consultation response might read as an objection, there is a clear distinction with Historic England. This letter is raising concerns. It is not an objection. They haven't actually stated that they object to the proposal. For them to do so, it's quite unusual for Historic England to go to that extent of saying that they object to the proposal, and that would actually require the application then to be referred to the Secretary of State. So they haven't actually objected. The comments which they have raised are concerns.
Well, okay, in basic English, they don't like it. Thank you.
Yeah, like some of the other members, I got some questions first, and I'd like to come back later on if possible. Thank you. The first point is we've heard two of the local councillors say that, in their opinion, the release of this site from the Greenbelt was a mistake. That's what they said. So I'd like to go back to that point and see if anything has changed since then in terms of the housing need as opposed to the housing requirements, and also what may or may not have happened in terms of the brownfield sites. Because it's a number of years now since this change was made. And I'm just wondering, particularly in terms of the brownfield sites, what analysis has been done which would maybe alter the view on the requirement for this development on this particular area? You know, are there now more brownfield sites available for when the decision was made to release this piece of land, for example? So what work has been done when assessing this this development to the availability of potential sites, brownfield sites, because policy PP10 does actually say that it shouldn't, this development shouldn't be doing anything that might influence what would be happening to available brownfield sites. So that's the first point. The second point is about the housing requirement, and we've heard that the numbers have been quoted. What was it for accommodation? I can't remember the number, but that number has been challenged, as we know, in the preparation of the new local plan. And we're now looking at, or what's being suggested, that we now look at what the housing need is. And in the recent housing options consultation, there's been two calculations of that. One using the standard methodology, which the government requires us to do, and then another one which looks at the housing need, comes up with a slightly different figure. Now, I accept that we currently don't have a new local plan, but I'm just wondering, given the way that the new local plan is developing, whether we should be taking some account of the way things are moving towards new local plan, because it could affect the need to develop in sensitive areas. And although this is released from the Greenbelt now, clearly it is still a sensitive area, and as reflected by the number of people that are objecting, and the increase residential and abuse as reflected by the local councillors. So I'd just like to just get a view on that to start with. So I guess that's for Steve Llewellyn, if possible, or possibly even Nick Perrin. Thank you.
Mr. Llewellyn.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to start answering this question. I might then hand over to Nick to kind of provide a bit more explanation regarding the emerging local plan. So the first question is in relation to the site from the Greenbelt and whether it was a mistake and housing need in brownfield sites. The allocation of this site in the Poole local plan, so the 2018 local plan, this site was allocated in addition to the brownfield sites. It's not as an alternative to the delivery of those brownfield sites. It's needed in addition to them. The two sites, UE1 and UE2, were both released from the Green Belt and both allocated in the pool local plan in order to deliver a family housing supply, which is a type of housing which is probably not going to be delivered on your town centre and your regeneration brownfield sites because of the more constrained land areas, the need to provide higher density and more flatted forms of development to achieve the allocation numbers on those brownfield sites. So it's kind of working in hand with those brownfield sites, not against them, in order to fulfil the overall quantum of housing delivery that's needed within the plan period. So that figure was 14,200 in the 20-year plan period, taking us up to 2033. In terms of the emerging local plan, what I would say to you on that, members, is just simply in relation to this application. The emerging plan is not of any relevance to you in a determination of this application today. This is an allocated site in the current pool local plan, and you have to determine the application in accordance with the current local plan and national planning guidance set out in the NPPF. So what might be emerging from the emerging local plan is not of relevance to you today. But at that point, I'll pass over to Nick Perrins.
Thank you, Mr. Lerner. Mr. Perrins.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to endorse that point, the new local plan is not before us today in terms of its relevance to this decision. But what I would say is that the local plan consultation, it did look at two numbers, one of which is the standard method, which is it's a very challenging housing requirement, no doubt. So in terms of overall starting point needs since the last local plan and pool, the needs have gone up significantly. The second figure, which has been consulted on, which is around 1,600 a year, is still a challenging figure. It's still more than the current local plan housing requirements as adopted. And the work which has been undertaken in the local plan in terms of how we might meet that lower figure, it does include all existing allocations, including this site. So this site is, whichever scenario is taken forward in the future, this site is part of that. And it's a very important strategic site now in terms of current policy, in terms of meeting housing delivery, of which we do have a shortfall as set out in the report.
Back on the brownfield sites, what I was interested in, has there been an increase in the number of brownfield sites that become available since this parcel of land was taken away from the green belt?
Mr. Perrins.
Generally, no. The pool local plan and the brownfield sites within it, a very extensive exercise was undertaken at the time, and basically every brownfield opportunity was identified and allocated where possible. So there's nothing overtly new. There might be in the future, there might be some different ways of looking at brownfield sites, but we haven't found a lot of new brownfield sites, no.
Thanks. I've got more on transport now. The sustainable travel initiatives have been taken in the urban areas, around the urban areas, and I think there's roughly an assumption that will produce something in the region of a 7% drop in local traffic, something like that. But of course, those are in. I might be wrong on those figures, but that was suggested recently, I think, in the Echo. But this site, of course, it's been pointed out. This is really a site where sustainable travel initiatives will actually help in terms of reducing congestion. Because the question I've got about is that, where the people that are living here, where will they go to work? And if they can't get there by foot, then and the buses and bus services are very limited, there is no doubt that they will have to be using cars for the foreseeable future. And given that, so what I'm suggesting is that the benefit of the sustainable travel initiatives would be actually less than 7% because of its particular location. And I think somebody said that in the deputation earlier on. So I just wondered what the traffic officer's view on that thought might be. Where are people going to be going to work, and how are they going to get there? Because this is not right in the centre of an urban area with lots of employment opportunities. you know, and there's say 500 houses, at least sort of 1,000 people, because most husbands and wives think to go to work together nowadays. You know, that's a hell of a lot, and all the children and everything moving around. It just seems that you know, the sustainable travel initiatives will not substantially assist in terms of reducing the number of cars. So I wonder if Lee Smith could comment on that, please. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I think the application itself is an attempt to change the sustainable offering in the area. And you're right to say, you know, the bus service is currently limited in the area. You know, the 1.98 million contribution for a bus service. We would chat to the bus operators as to where that service would operate. You know, we're looking at potentially Wimborne, Poole, Bournemouth, etc. And we're looking that's been costed on the basis of a service weekday, Monday to Saturday, of four buses per hour, and then in the evenings of 2 buses per hour in the evening. So it's a comprehensive service that doesn't exist at the moment. So that sort of introduces that change, not only for the new residents, but that service obviously will benefit existing residents in the area. And obviously, members going on site yesterday, I'm sure drove along Magna Road, all those areas where we've got the Transforming Cities Fund, pretty extensive cycle links being carried out. And, you know, this site itself is in producing cycle and pedestrian links. So, yes, at the moment, this area has a limited sustainable travel option, but we're looking to change that. As I said, bus contribution, what we're doing across the conurbation, and it's an important part of PP10, where it says in conjunction with strategic measures carried out by the local authority. So it's not just about what's happening at this site, it's about what we're doing across the conurbation. I think one of the objectors referred to the buses being stuck in the same traffic as this development. However, you know, we improve a bus lane a mile away from this site into Poole Town Centre, impacts on that bus service that is travelling along the whole route. So it's not just about what we do in this locality, it's across the conurbation. And I think Steve Llewellyn in his presentation earlier on alluded to we can't actually just keep building more and more roads. It's about this modal shift. The applicant has modelled a 5% modal shift in terms of the percentage, but the figures that you've been given today are based on non-modal shift occurring. And the last thing I would say is the traffic figures and the modelling have all been done pre-pandemic as well. Obviously, we don't know the figures going forward in terms of homeworking, etc. But that's something that may reduce traffic in the area going forward in the future. But at the moment, it's been modelled on 600 homes plus the care home. If you like, a worst case scenario has been presented, and a sustainable package of measures which will benefit not only the residents here, but as I said, the existing residents as well as future residents.
Thank you. Just one more on heritage, if I may. Yeah, it's a pity the heritage officer's not here. I'm not sure if Steve would be able to answer this, but I'm sure I'll have a go. But, you know, we've heard about the classification of harm in terms of it's not substantial, it's less than substantial, and it's a really key point, it appears to be, because it depends on how you categorise it as to what, you know, you're advised to do. And so, you know, I'm just wondering, you know, what criteria is used to differentiate between those two classifications. You know, is this a subjective assessment by an expert, or is there a whole set of rules or a tick box exercise that you go through in order to produce that classification? Or, you know, because I'm sure there must be a degree of subjectivity in it. You know, one person will say it's a horrible effect, others would say, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, so how do you actually get to that conclusion about what's substantial and what is less than substantial? Because I think it's a really key point of this application. Yeah.
Mr. Llewellyn?
Thank you, Chair. So in answer to that, yes, it is to some degree a subjective assessment, and as a councillor has indicated, one person might reach a slightly different conclusion to another. However, what you have to do is consider the actual heritage asset in front of you in terms of whether it's designated or non-designated. You then have to make an assessment of the significance of that heritage asset. So that will be in terms of the actual nature of the asset, in terms of its age, the contribution that it made to the historic significance of the area, and you will come to your conclusion of through that assessment of the significance of the asset itself. You then have to weigh up the impact of the proposal, and what degree of impact you think the proposal would have on the significance of that particular heritage asset. And the culmination of that is that you have to conclude that there will either be no harm, less than substantial harm, or substantial harm. In this instance, all people that have been involved in the assessment, so planning officers, urban design, conservation, and Historic England, through that whole process, we have concluded collectively that the impact on the heritage assets would be less than substantial. I think that's as good an explanation I can give you today, Chair, in the absence of the conservation officer.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise, I have just a few questions. Starting with the affordable housing, is that set in stone, or with the plans developing, is that likely to be challenged and reduced, as we've seen in many cases in the past? Is my first question. My second is, where will these community facilities likely to be if they're not on site, where the young people are? Where are they likely to be? How far away are they likely to be from this development? And thirdly, when we look at the SANG, which is in the floodplain, on the floodplain, will not be usable for the majority of dog walkers for a percentage of the year. Once people have got into the habit of going elsewhere, how do we encourage them back into the SANG for the few months that they can use it? Bearing in mind that the flooding is going to become worse as time goes by, and in 40, 50, 60 years' time, it'll be unusable for more of the time. So those are my three questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Mr. Llewellyn, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the affordable housing question, whether it's set in stone, so the Section 106 agreement would look to be securing the provision of 40% affordable housing. The 10-year mix of that affordable housing would be secured on the basis of 70% affordable rent and 30% intermediate housing. It also includes requirements for the affordable housing then to be provided across the whole of the development in each of the character areas, no clusters of more than 15 homes, and it would be secured in perpetuity. So I hope that assures Councillor Bull in terms of the question on the affordable housing. In terms of the youth play, Chair, I would ask if you can give me a couple of minutes. I just need to refer back to the consultation response from the open space officers to remind myself of exactly the locations where these items were being proposed. So if I could come back to you on that. And then finally, in terms of the SANG and not being usable for a percentage of the year, in terms of the SANG, I indicated to councillors that on the site visit yesterday that we are looking to secure a SANG management plan as one of the conditions, and also through the Section 106 agreement. That would have to provide details for the laying out of the SANG, and the design and access statement, which I've referred you to previously, does talk about the creation of boardwalks rather than the sort of gravelled paths which are surface level. Boardwalks can be raised above the ground in the event of some of the land being wet during periods of the year. And as we've also reported to you during the presentation, Natural England are happy that the times of the year that the SANG land would be potentially flooded or waterlogged, that would be during the winter months, where the number of people actually walking and walking dogs would be at a reduced level. I'll just quickly put on the screen an image of the sort of boardwalks, the type of thing that could be, if I can get the screen to move. Bear with me whilst I flick through the slides. So that's the type of thing that could potentially be created within the SANG, because of it being within the floodplain. So it just gives you a feel for what could be created there to keep the Sang open and more usable during the sort of winter months. Okay, hopefully that's answered the questions, Chair. I'll come back to you on the open space if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Lowen. Yeah, Councillor Bull.
Just to come back on the affordable housing again, that we can be assured there will definitely be 40% affordable housing on this development. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Young?
Yes, that's absolutely what we're saying. The policy requirement is 40% provision, and that would be secured in the Section 106 agreement.
Thank you. Okay. Any other members wishing to ask questions at this time? Councillor Butt. Microphone, please, Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would be very helpful. You remind me to put them on every time. I want to look at another area, but I do want to come back to the heritage and the less than substantial harm point. Oakley Lane is in itself a very small country road, and I can see that it will be significantly urbanised by this development, and this will obviously materially change the character of the road, which is presently preserved as albeit a country lane. It's a narrow road, there are no footpaths, and it has well-established hedgerows. We look to the Iterer, when we look at the carriageway, which is obviously historic, it's very small, and there is great play in preserving that and also in its proximity to the heritage buildings. But there seems less movement to preserving the character of this rather old lane. I don't know how old it is. I've tried to look it up. I can't find it anyway. But it's been there a long time because it's been running through this particular part of Merley. So we have these deep concerns with the carriageway. We don't seem to have the same for the urbanisation of Oakley Lane. I was wondering whether the officers could comment on that. Thank you.
Mr. Llewellyn.
I think in response to that particular issue, what I would say to you is that the carriage driveway is designated as a non-designated heritage asset. Oakley Lane is not designated either as a non-designated or a designated heritage asset. In terms of the character of the road, I appreciate in terms of the actual highway that the inclusion of the raised table junctions and the introduction of speed cushions, that would change the character of the road itself. In terms of the characteristics of the site, the intention is to retain that existing hedgerow and to then also supplement that hedgerow along the northern side of Oakley Lane. So I think the experience of travelling along Oakley Lane would be retained, other than where you've got obviously punctuation in the hedgerow with the new access points.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my other point is going back to the substantial harm. We seem to have three layers here. We have no harm, we have less than substantial harm, or we have substantial harm. There doesn't seem to be any integration between the three of them, which I'm having difficulty with, because if it's less than substantial harm, what is that? What is the definition of less than substantial harm? I've tried to look it up in case law, it's very difficult to find. It's a shame the heritage officer isn't here, but I am struggling with that a bit, especially as we keep being told by the officers that this decision is very much our interpretation of that particular piece of common law. So which derives from it because of the less than substantial harm definition. So I'd be extremely grateful if there could be some more effort to actually explain what comes next or what comes in between. Because less than substantial harm surely means there is some harm of some description. Does that mean we set it aside, given the exceptional circumstances of this particular application with regard to the heritage assets? And that was clear in the report that it is exceptional. I just want to be clear. I want to understand it better so that I can make a reasoned decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I actually think you just answered your own question. I think you did. In what you said, it's the perception of how much harm do you think it is causing, which is the less than substantial, which is what the officer's report is saying and what also heritage people are saying. If you go back to walking up and down the lane yesterday, how did you feel that your perception was of what you were coming up to? that was it? Did you feel you were enclosed? Did you feel that that enclosure was going to create more harm for you and your visual amenities? Or did you feel that it would be okay? And that's what's less. Why? If it was really overbearing, I think then you would say it was substantial harm. But as it was tree lined and they were planting in more trees, did you there feel that it wouldn't be as bad? And that's what they're saying by less than substantial harm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think it goes with everything, doesn't it, in planning, where 90% of planning is the person's view on that planning application and what they actually feel about it, be it the aesthetics of the building and the site. It is very much a personal view on a lot of this.
Thank you. We're not usually allowed that luxury, Mr. Chairman, with respect. So
we're not
on this occasion. Thank you very much for that explanation. That's extremely helpful. Thank you.
Problem. Councillor Barron. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for that. And it's brought me to a conclusion that that I actually cannot support this this application because of the very reasons we've just been talking about in terms of the effect on their heritage assets. You know, is it significant? Yes, of course it is. It's one of the most beautiful places in the area, around the Canford School area. This site is bounded by 2 conservation areas, and you know, this is really being pushed up against the boundaries of those conservation areas. In terms of the setting, particularly, and from my view, the one on the eastern side, it is the view from Canford School, and also coming back the reverse way along the lane or the drive, the carriage drive, is affected significantly, or will be significantly affected. So there's a real impact in the visual amenity by the development, or there will be, and in my opinion, that will create substantial harm. Now, it may have been classified as less than substantial harm, but nevertheless, harm is harm. And in my view, the benefits to public do not outweigh the you know, the disadvantage of impinging in this very special area, and I think it does need to be protected. And so that's my main reason for saying that I cannot support this application, and I will move to that effect. There are some other issues that I do believe that the application is not compliant with, and they may seem trivial, but it does not provide the business. It does not provide the space of business startups or incubator units. It's contrary to policy BP10 in that regard. I also do not believe that the sustainable travel measures introduced mitigate sufficiently to affect the additional pressures put on the highways within the area, which I think will be affected significantly. We already know there is the traffic congestion around the Queen and you know, that junction is really bad. This would just add to the misery that's already created in those areas. So to refuse the application, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett, and thank you, Councillor Lepedman. Councillor Trent.
Yeah. I also want to speak.
Oh, right.
But no, you go first.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to go through the concerns I have, and one of them has actually been raised by an earlier question and some information which I've got regarding ground source heat pumps, which suggests to me that the development is premature, because on a new development that can be built in cheaply, easily, and would reduce the carbon footprint. A supplier of heat pumps claims by 70%. So you know, there are all sorts of environmental reasons why this is being presented prematurely anyway. But looking at the concerns, the Historic England, they raised concerns. I think they probably said as much as they could without actually involving it being called in. I think less than substantial probably means substantial. But my big concern in all of this, and the one that isn't, I've got absolutely no reassurance on it at all, and I think Councillor Bartlett summed up my the fact that travel plans with the best will in the world won't put lots of people onto bicycles and buses and so on from this particular area, and and with the best will in the world, this proposal actually makes it worse by making it almost drawing you into it. The effect on the camp of Magna Village is, I would say, bordering on fatal for the conservation area. So I would have great difficulty in supporting an application to build on this site because of that. And I note that there were, and it's only indicative, I understand, but there were 3 access points to Oakley Lane. One of them was from the bit of the development which was the buffer zone, but to access direct on Oakley Lane would be a big mistake. That to have access through the site. So, you know, that's a little bit of detail, if it did get through, that needs to be looked at again. But as I say, I can't support it because of its adverse effect on Canford Magna Village, and nothing in the indicative plan indicates to me that anything will be done that actually takes people away from that end of the development. If you were going to Bournemouth or Winton or Pinton or anywhere like that, or possibly into Wallasdown, the chances are you would go down Canford Magna Road anyway, rather than round the long way. You know, it's just instinctive to use that road. So, as I say, I find it very difficult to support this anyway. But as I say, there are lots of areas of concern that would say, at the very least, if it was going to be developed, there has to be a lot more thought going into making it more environmentally neutral rather than harmful. The other point made was the water runoff. That would actually increase the flooding of the Sang, because there aren't the fields available to absorb it and to slow it down. Surface water is surface water, and it runs off and it increases flooding. And the point made about the water supply and the record of discharging sewage. Yes, I'm one of the many people who get my drinking water from the Stour. So, you know, I think we've actually got to consider its effect on further downstream as well. So, well, basically, that's my point.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Pedman.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, my voice holds out. It's, perhaps it doesn't sound as bad to other people as it does to me. A brief history lesson. When the Poole local plan came to Poole Council in November 2018, a substantial group of us put an amendment that UE1 and UE2 should be deleted, that they should remain as greenbelt, because we felt the housing could be provided by other means without using this land. We were defeated, but it was not all that overwhelming. It was 15 votes on our side to 22 against. So it was fairly evenly split. So my record is that I've been against this from the start. Possibly I was a bit inconsistent with UE2, because I felt that the developers had really done a good job, had produced excellent plans. I think that was reflected to some extent in what one of the ward councillors said, and so I was less unhappy with that one. With this one, I don't feel it's adequately facing the situation. Yes, they have more or less fulfilled the requirements of the local plan. The points that I'm less happy with are not actually in the local plan, because I'm very disappointed that there's no sort of community hub or shop or anything like that, which was stipulated for UE2 and is in the plans. But this is minimum requirements. No doubt the developers, if they thought it was a good idea to provide some sort of community hall, community facilities, could have done so. I'm not so sure. I'm less persuaded about the historic assets being the less of substantial harm. Therefore, I don't feel that the carriageway drive is too much of an issue. After all, at the moment, it just looks like a footpath. A nice footpath, but a footpath. With the information boards, that will clarify what it's all about. But at the moment, there's no means of knowing that it's anything particularly significant. My main concern is the transport and the access and the congestion. To be frank, I'm not sure what could be done about it. It obviously needs some very imaginative thought from future developers, but I don't feel that this has done enough to counteract all the harm that will be done both to Oakley Lane and all the congestion around. Even when I raised the issue of the bus route through the middle of the site, it seems to be very much, well, it might or it might not. Whereas on UE2, it was clearly in the plans, it was clearly all planned, all developed with the bus companies and all strategically there. I don't feel this is ready. I don't think it fulfills enough of the needs. It just provides housing, and that's about it. And I cannot support it, therefore, which is why I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pedderman. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think you touched on it earlier. For me, it's about perception and the scale or the degree of harm, which is an individual interpretation. In terms of the heritage aspect, I do like the designs that we've seen. I think they are sympathetic to the surroundings, and I think that's the genuine intention of the developer. The thing also that I would compliment is the treatment of the planting, the treatment of the footpath. But the things that concern me more than anything is that this development, to its credit, does make available a substantial number of 3 and 4 bedroom homes. And to be honest with you, we are across the conurbation in desperate need of that. I get quite fed up of seeing developments of flats that are less favoured these days, and even more so if they don't have any parking. So this meets that need. There's 40% affordable housing, again, another need. In terms of the road, that's a difficult one, and I'm not sure what you can do about that. You can't force people onto buses, even if they were available. And I think we fool ourselves if we think we can. The only thing that will get people onto buses is access and economics. There are things, however, that do concern me, and actually they do have effect on some of the things that have been said. First of all is the density of the development, the number of intended housing on that plot of land, up to the number specified. And this does look to me as an area that is worthy of development, is worthy of housing, as described. But in terms of the intention of the maximum number, that does really concern me. And in fact, if that was reduced and capable of being reduced, that would have a resultant impact on traffic as well. The two other areas that concern me, other than the density, and this could be adjusted to accommodate that, is the distance to the east and west of the site, the barrier of land between heritage assets, which has been raised in the planning process on several occasions. So I can't support the plan really, because I have concerns about the density, not the building on that land, but also the barrier to the east and west of the site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Could I bring in Mr. Perrins, please?
Thank you, Chair. If it's helpful, would you like me just to clarify some points around heritage, harm, and where the test may be applied in this case?
Yes, if you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to read out a section of the National Planning Policy Guidance, which seeks to try and help define what might constitute substantial harm. Because we've obviously heard from the statutory consultee and the conservation officer that their professional judgment is that this is less than substantial harm, but there has been some reference to whether this might cause substantial harm. So just to read this out word for word. So whether a proposal causes substantial harm will be a judgment for the decision maker having regard to the circumstances of the case and the policy in the National Planning Policy Framework. In general terms, substantial harm is a high test, so it may not arise in many cases. For example, in determining whether works to a listed building constitute substantial harm, an important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special architectural or historic interest. It is the degree of harm to the asset's significance rather than the scale of the development that is to be assessed. The harm may arise from works to the asset or from development within its setting. While the impact of total destruction is obvious, partial destruction is likely to have considerable impact, but depending on the circumstances, it may still be less than substantial harm or conceivably not harmful at all. For example, when removing later additions to historic buildings where those additions are inappropriate and harm the building's significance. Similarly, works that are moderate or minor in scale are likely to cause less than substantial harm or no harm at all. However, even minor works have the potential to cause substantial harm depending on the nature of the impact on the asset and its setting. So hopefully that's helpful. But in this case, there are no works to listed buildings, so there are no overt impacts on listed buildings themselves. So this is very much a setting issue. And I think it's fair to say that Historic England and the Conservation Officer, they're not objecting to every single aspect of the development. There's certain aspects, largely around the ends of the development, in terms of buffers to conservation areas, but also to the carers' drive, where they feel that there is less of substantial harm. So in that context, I'm firmly of the view that this is not substantial harm. And I think if to conclude that would be difficult for other cases in terms of how we judge heritage assets. So I would urge, if we can, to conclude that it's less than substantial harm, and therefore the benefits need to be applied to the test in terms of reaching a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Perrins. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. This may take a minute. So, unfortunately, I don't think I can support the move on balance. I think that I'll go through, I've got a couple of things here. So, in terms of the impact on the carriage drive, and I'll start there. I think that the fact that Historic England are only really concerned with that Stour Valley edge part in the middle of the development. My concerns, I think there may be some less than substantial harm to that particular carriage drive, but as someone who's walked along it a number of times, the views to the south of that site towards the Merley estate are sporadic. They're not fantastic. You're closed off very much by the growth, by the trees. There's plans for another row of trees to go in behind that, so it might be the views will already be closed off, and what you will see of this new development, if it goes through, is not very much, and only for very brief parts. And in fact, on the site visit yesterday, Mr. Llewellyn did clarify that in at least two of the current gaps in the hedgerow that allow you to see onto the field will actually be where the areas of open space are, and will allow for almost uninterrupted views all the way up to the point at which your view currently ends anyway, when it hits the Merley estate. The buffer then again is upwards of 50 metres at pretty much every point along that area, up to 90 metres at one point, with plenty of buffer in the middle. And with the topography the way it is, I certainly can't see that you'll be, you know, it's not as if you'll be standing under a great big block of flats that's going up there that's taller than the trees. These are 2-storey houses, I think possibly 2.5-storey at the maximum. So I certainly can't see how you could define that as absolutely substantial harm to what is a footpath, and a footpath that I think any harm will also be offset by the plans to open up the views to the north by removal of the laurel and things like that, which will open up the views to the north of the site and allow users of that particular path better views of the river, which in my personal opinion would be a much nicer view anyway, given that the views to the south are purely of a field and not very much field until you hit the Merley estate. When it comes to the impact that might have on then the Grade 1 listed building at Canford School, you cannot tell that you're getting towards a school or towards any sort of heritage asset until you come to the little dog leg in the top right hand corner of the plan that's on the screen at the moment, which is where the boathouse is, and it's then surfaced and tarmacked. At that point, you can sort of feel that you're on an approach to something important and something special. And at that point, if you look on the plan again, you have that buffer zone, and that is where the much lower density and much more Lady Wimborne style development will be. So again, I think the developer's done a superb job of factoring in and being sympathetic to the setting in that area. And I certainly don't think that on its own that has enough to warrant a refusal based on the fact. I just don't think it will have enough harm on the users of that drive. Moving on, perhaps I think we've also got to take to the Grade 1 listed building. I think we've also got to take into account the fact that this is not something that is readily accessible to the public. It is a school. You know, unless you are a parent or a student there, you will not be going onto the grounds. You will not have the views of it that, let's be fair, we would all want, because it is a stunning building. It is an absolutely stunning building. But from the vast majority of viewpoints, it is almost entirely invisible and shielded from any public view. You have to be standing on the far side of the river or walking down through Canford School's own grounds, or perhaps on Magna Road at a distance of about half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. So I think that has to be taken into account, and especially when you have a distance of 122 metres looking at that plan, just to the archway, which is the start of their driveway. I think that has to be taken into account. That is not to say that this will have absolutely no harm on it, because that's clearly not true, but enough harm to warrant a refusal against policy when this land is expressly reserved for building on. You know, regardless of whether or not we like the policy, regardless of whether or not we backed the policy's implementation back in 2018, it is the most recent policy we have. It is the only policy that we have, the only policy that we can rely on. And whether or not we like it, whether or not we agree with it, is quite frankly irrelevant entirely. That is the policy. That's what we have to decide it on. In terms of the SANG, I don't think anyone can argue with the provision of the SANG. Yes, it floods occasionally, but as a regular user of that particular path in that area, in the past 7 years of me using it at least 3 times a week at various times of day, it's been flooded to the point it's impassable 6, 7 times, for no more than a day at a time. With the added improvements that are going in there, I really can't see how that can be an argument that it won't be used as a SANG. And I find it a little odd that people are complaining that it is land that's already open and used, because all that a SANG does is protect that use. You know, as a planning committee, a lot of concern was raised when we opened up new land that was not publicly accessible and made that into a SANG. Here we are now doing the opposite and making a SANG of land that's already accessible. You know, we have to do one or the other when we make a SANG. I think this is a superb chance to protect what is quite a vulnerable area of land, quite a vulnerable area of open land, and therefore the provision of a SANG there, I think, is a very good thing. And obviously it will only come along when we develop this land as is set out in our own policies. In terms of the need to travel off-site, I'll just try and cover a couple of things that were raised by objectors and other people who have spoken. In terms of the need to travel off-site for recreational purposes and things like that, I often get worried when we have new developments that come in where they provide absolutely everything that you could possibly need on site, because I've seen in places that I've lived that can lead to the creation of quite isolated little communities where they don't need to travel, they don't need to integrate themselves with anyone nearby. So quite frankly, if all they need to travel off site for is a mugger and possibly to the shops, I see no massive harm in that. And overall, I think I just have to come back to the fact that the policy is the policy. This land is allocated for development. As time goes on, things will change. We'll get a new local plan, fine, but that's still some years off. For now, we have a policy that we should stick to. Planning is always a balance. You know, the idea that you could create a development this big and have it absolutely to the letter policy compliant in every single issue is impossible, as has been proven time and time again by planning decisions that we have made and other councils and other planning committees have had to make. And the idea that you could create a development this big in an area like this and have it have absolutely no harm on the surrounding area is just ludicrous. There is going to be some harm. And I think overall, the benefits that we have of addressing the housing issue that we have, as Councillor O'Neill said, the family homes, I think that the public benefits will outweigh the harm that is there. And so I will not be supporting the move. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Johnson, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I'd just like to clarify the move that I've made in terms of, and I'm glad Councillor Johnson has said we've got to stick to the policy, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I do accept that this land has been released from the Green Belt under policy. However, that policy is conditional on policy BP10. And that's the one where I'm saying that this application is not compliant with. And so I would say that under policy PP10, subpart H, in conjunction with wider strategic mitigation measures to be implemented by the local authority, provides a suitable mitigation to address unacceptable impacts on the highway network. So I do not think that sufficient mitigation has been done to the highway network. Subpart J provides space for business startup and incubator units. It doesn't do that, and we've heard that a financial contribution has been made in lieu of that, but it's still not compliant in that it doesn't provide it on the site. And incidentally, by not providing it on the site, it reduces the potential for employment, therefore increasing the potential for additional car journeys. Subpara L provides a suitable level of play equipment and other facilities in accordance with Paul's open space needs assessment and playing pitch strategy. We've heard it's not compliant with that, and that the financial contribution was made in lieu of that. It's still not compliant with it. And then I move, and this is a key one for me, the UE1 north of Merley specifically sets out the requirements under this policy for this particular piece of land. And it says preserves or enhances the setting of the Council Magnet and Oakley Lane conservation areas and the listed buildings therein, including enhancement of the carriage drive and its heritage assets. I don't believe that this proposal does do any of that. In fact, it does cause harm. We should, and in terms of, you know, I'll go back to the significance. This is a very, very special area. You know, those conservation areas are very, and the buildings contained within are very, very special. And is the setting of those heritage assets, which are being affected very, very badly by this development. There's no question it will degrade the importance of those assets by affecting the settings that they sit within. And, you know, I'm trying to bring up some example of this, but it's very difficult to see. For example, if you didn't have a lawn around Salisbury Cathedral, it would be very different. One of the reasons that it's great is because it has the lawn surrounding it. And here we've got a similar thing. When you look into the setting that Camford School is in, it really contributes to the importance of that Grade 1 listed building that's inside it. I really believe that if you're driving very adjacent to a housing estate, when you're approaching it, it will affect the significance of it. In terms of the carriage driveway, as you walk through there now, interposed between the tree line and the hedges, you do get views of the fields and the openness of it, and it does present the character that you now got. It's verdant, you can look through. and it works both ways. I don't think the views are just substantially towards the River Stour. I think they, it's the whole thing. You can't take one side of the lane and not the other. It is the whole of it. And when you walk through, and in fact, I don't really like too much the idea of putting another screen of trees behind, because the ones that are there are eventually going to die in maybe 100 years' time or whatever. The idea of those is to screen off that field or the development, and it will affect the overall impression as you are walking through that particular through that driveway. It will cause harm, in my view, and I know that's it's a locally listed, it's not a listed asset, whatever the term is, but it still causes harm, and it has to be, in my view, treated in that way. So I think I've probably said enough, Chair. But those are my specific reasons for the move, and I think maybe Councillor Pedevin should please still ask if she's content to second it, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Borthwick.
Well, you're not worried about the future, are we? There's going to be 650 families who are still going to be homeless at the end of it. And this particular site and the building of it really does blend in with the views. I've not seen views like that, and the change of the trees wouldn't affect the beauty. Heritage England, they give it very good support at the end of the day. And I just wonder how many people use that path now. Not many. So as far as I'm concerned, you're not looking to the future. We need those 650 homeless people, because at the moment we're getting about 2,000 immigrants a day coming into this area. So you want to look to the future.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Pedevin, did you want to come back on anything from Councillor Bartlett?
Not particularly. I mean, I agree with virtually all his points, but the key one for me is the traffic issue.
Any further comments from members before I bring Mr. Llewellyn back in? No? Mr. Llewellyn, would you like to come back in at all?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just coming back in terms of Councillor Bartlett's motion, he's outlined potential conflict with obviously PP10. He's gone through the various subsections. In terms of PP10 subsection 8, that's relating to the transport, the strategic mitigation measures. I think all I can highlight here is that the site has been allocated for 500 homes, that there would be a degree of impact on the local highway network from the provision of a scheme of 500 homes. In this instance, the transport assessment's been modelled on the provision of up to 600 homes in a 62-bed care home. So the junction improvements, the mitigation measures that are being put forward are actually based on a worst-case scenario that then would actually arise from the proposed development that's in front of you, which is based on 550 or up to 550 houses. So the mitigation is going beyond the degree of impact that the development would cause. The transport officer, have you heard, has clearly indicated that in terms of transport assessment, has been rigorously assessed, and they consider that the relevant test is, would the proposal result in a severe impact on a local highway network, and the transport officer has clearly indicated to you that they do not consider that the proposal would have such a severe impact. In terms of the issue on subsection J, the requirement here is to provide space for business startup / incubator units. As I've already indicated to you members, the allocation site does include the complex of farm buildings. The policy, in terms of the specific policies for UE1, require that the employment use would be provided within those farm building complex. It's not part of this proposal before you today. However, that land can still come forward. It's still allocated for that particular purpose. It can still come forward for that particular purpose as a separate planning application. So this policy, this application doesn't actually strictly fall foul of that particular policy criterion. The allocation is still there. The land could still come forward for that purpose. However, we have safeguarded that position by securing the contribution in any case. So I would strongly argue that the proposal doesn't conflict with subsection L of PP10. And then we moved to the subsection J, I should have said, in relation to the employment use. Subsection L is relating to the open space. Again, I can only reiterate that in terms of open space provision, there is an over provision within the site. However, that doesn't accommodate the youth play. There is a contribution being sought for the youth play provision that would deliver 3 items of youth play, more than would actually be delivered if that was being provided for on site. It's not unusual for those items to be located away from housing, not immediately on the doorstep. And the policy doesn't actually require for that to be provided on site. So PP10 doesn't stipulate that that play provision has to be delivered on site, and PP25 also refers to the provision of play. It says that strategic sites should provide open space on site, giving consideration to the standards set out in the open space needs assessment. However, where this cannot be achieved, and it gives an example, i.e. on high density town centre sites, the council will require off-site provision in lieu of on-site provision secured through section 106. So whilst it gives an example, i.e. on high density town centre sites, that is an example. It's not exclusive to only the town centre sites. It can apply to other sites as well, including this particular application. So I would say, again, I would dispute whether or not the proposed development is actually in conflict with PP10 and PP25 in that respect. Obviously, in terms of the impact on the heritage assets, whether or not the application preserves or enhances the conservation areas, the setting of the grade 1 listed manor, that is obviously a matter of judgment for the members of the committee. However, I think before we go to any vote, we do need to have it explicitly clear from the members before you go to the vote what degree of harm the committee is concluding would arise before you go to that vote. Whether you are concluding, as we have set out in the report, that there is less than substantial harm, but the committee is concluding that the public benefits are not sufficient to outweigh that harm, or whether the committee is actually concluding that the degree of harm would be substantial. If the committee is concluding that the degree of harm would be substantial, I think it's important that the committee has then considered the relevant test from the MPPF that would apply if you were concluding substantial harm arising, because it's not sufficient just to simply say there's substantial harm. There is still a test to be set out, and that test still it relates to whether or not there are substantial public benefits that outweigh that harm. So I think it's important that the committee make it explicitly clear what level of harm they consider is arising, and whether or not they have considered the relevant tests in the event of substantial harm being concluded that are set out in the MPPF. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Mr. Smith, did you want to come back in on transport issues?
I think I will do, if that's okay, just to touch on the policy and the land allocation and our transport considerations, if that's okay. I think it's already been pointed out that the land is allocated for housing and went through a public inquiry where the transport impacts were assessed as part of that public inquiry, and that led to the allocation of the land for a minimum of 500 homes and a specific list of mitigation in terms of transport mitigation being highlighted within that policy. So from a transport point of view, we come at it looking whether the proposal complies with the list within that PP10, and I won't go through the list again, but we've got sustainable travel measures, etc., walking, cycling links, and then under UE1 north of Merley specific list, there is highway improvements to Oakley Lane, which is carrying out, including the junction with the Willett Arms Public House and the junction of Magna Road. If members are looking to to go down the route of refusing the application, from a highways perspective, it's difficult to look at what more the applicant could do. So at the moment, they're proposing 550 homes. They've modelled it on 600 homes. So all the improvements and mitigation they're carrying out are in line with PP10 and mitigate the impact of the development as far as they can. The Willett Arms Junction, the applicant is carrying out capacity improvements. That they are limited in the land ownership because the Willett Arms pub is there. Further, as you go down to approach the Merley roundabout, we've got a 2-lane approach being widened, being lengthened. So they are doing everything they need as far as we're concerned from a highway authority point of view. So if we look at the traffic impacts of the 500 homes, it's been modelled against 600 homes, there will be some local inconvenience and some on the local roads, more queuing. That's going to happen. But then you look at what the harm, what is the safety harm with that? What is the reason that members would be refusing the application from a highways point of view when it's allocated for 500 homes? The applicant's done everything they can. What would satisfy the members? What could come forward? I think Councillor referred to imaginative measures. Well, I don't know what they would be. So I don't know where we would go in terms of the 500 home allocation and what a future application would come forward with. That would be more than what is being proposed as part of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Quietness around the room. Any other members got anything to say? Councillor Bartlett, you've made the move. Do you want to clarify what Mr. Llewellyn was saying with regards to the substantial or non-harm?
Well, clearly, officers are trying to make it as difficult as possible for me to actually, explain planning policy and how it relates, particularly in terms of the heritage assets in this particular application. And I think I've already actually said what I've been asked to reiterate, and that is the issue about whether it's substantial harm or not. We've heard that it's a subjective judgment. In my view, there is substantial harm that is not outweighed by the substantial public benefits that would be provided through the scheme. It is a matter of judgment, but that's my judgment on it. In terms, I do accept the point made about the traffic. It's already awful. It just adds a little bit more awfulness to what's already a very bad situation, particularly on the Gravel Hills and Queen Anne Drive junctions. The improvements to the roads to Oakley Lane, they are inviting, I think somebody said, the traffic to go down, which is a ridiculous little country lane. And we want to turn it into one of the main access points to this development. It's just crazy. I accept that the traffic officers have done the best that they can, and the development does do what it can in terms of that. The problem is the development, not the roads, and what we can do to mitigate those issues. I don't really know what more I can say, Chair. I've made the move. I do accept the point in terms of, in conjunction with wider strategic measures, there's not much more we can do. But I still think that it would be inadequate to address some of the impacts that will occur on Oakley Lane, and that's part of the network. Unless you actually dig Oakley Lane off and put a proper road through there, so okay, we've done as much as we can do, but that's all we can do. The issue that's raised about providing a level of play equipment and other facilities, I understand it's technically if the policies allow it to be provided in another location, well, I have to accept that policy, and therefore that's probably acceptable. But I just don't think it makes sense to put those facilities elsewhere when they're needed on the development side for the people that are living there. So where would they go? In the same way as providing some money to provide business facilities when they're actually needed there. A few £100,000 for some other provision that may or may not ever come forward, I think is not acceptable. So I think we should go to the vote, Chair.
We will do. We will do. I'm not going to support the move. And one of the reasons is that, I mean, I walked up and down there yesterday. As you know, I'm a bit of a runner and I tend to run around the countryside quite a lot. And walking up and down there yesterday, I didn't find that the view I was getting going back towards Camford School, etc., was going to be ruined by anything that was going to be popping up on the right hand side as I drove, you know, sort of like walked down there again. I think, I mean, Councillor Bartlett's absolutely right. It is very subjective, isn't it, as to what we think is harm and what we don't think is harm. But I think we have to be very careful with saying it is substantial harm, because that will have a knock-on effect on any future applications. But we're not here to worry about those today. We're here to worry about this one in particular. Everyone has said it's less than substantial harm. There's nowhere in the report anywhere that it says it is substantial harm. And I'm taking that in mind when I'm thinking about what I'm saying here today. Lots of work has gone into this application, lots of mitigation, lots of backwards and forwards with residents, with the applicants, with developers. And I think at the moment we have a site that is allocated in the Poole local plan. And as Vice Chairman said earlier, whether or not at that particular stage you voted for that or whether you didn't, it's irrelevant. It has been taken out of the green belt. It has been designated for building on for future homes. I think Councillor Borthwick came about it in a roundabout way when he said, we're not looking for flatted development everywhere. You know, we just don't want another amount of flats everywhere. To get the possibility of 500 homes, and bearing in mind these are homes, 2-3 bedroom homes for people, for up and coming families that may already live in the area that want to move. You know, we've got families that still have their 25, 30-year-old children living at home because there's no houses for them to move into. And this is an ideal opportunity for them to get out of being underneath mum and dad's foot all the time and moving into a purpose-built property for them to start out on. You know, 220 affordable homes. When do we get offered that? The last site to offer that was in the Poole area just recently. And to get offered 220, we're always being criticised as an authority for not providing enough affordable housing for people. Here we are, we have a development slap bang laid at our doors to offer 220 affordable homes. I think that sometimes we are a bit too pretentious about what we are and where we're putting things. We have to remember that this was once all non-housing around that area. And I do get a little bit miffed when I hear, you know, it's an affluent area. Well, how lucky are those affluent people to live in that area? Why should they and why should other people not have the opportunity to live in that area as well and grow up in that area and continue to live in that area? We can't just pick and choose where we want to live. We choose where we can afford to live for a lot of the time. And I think these new houses will provide that facility for younger people in particular to be able to afford in that area, to be able to afford to live in that area. With regards to the play areas, I think, you know, if you look around the rest of the conurbation, play areas are not always slap bang in the middle of housing estates. Boscombe Gardens in my area, that's not slap bang in the middle of Springbourne. We have no play areas in the middle of Springbourne apart from one very minor pocket park. You know, if you want to go and play, you either travel down to the beach or you go to Kings Park. Well, you know, it's just the way things are. I'm sure if we started to say we were going to put a mugger in the middle of one of these big estates, all the residents there would say, oh my God, I don't want that noise right where I'm going to live. So having them where people need to travel to get to them, in my opinion, is a much better idea anyway. You know, okay, for the younger kids, they're going to have play areas there. That's great. But I think for the older ones, they are capable. We have to trust our older children that they can move safely around and get to different play areas. And so I think the benefits of this scheme does outweigh the negatives of it. I like to see modern stuff built near heritage stuff because I think it then brings out the quality of both aspects of the development. You get the newer buildings, which a lot of them are going to be designed to blend in with the heritage area. And then you get the heritage area where people can still go and look and say, yeah, isn't that nice? So I won't be supporting the move for this. Transport one is a very hit and miss one, in my opinion, because the way that we transport ourselves around the conurbation is changing. I mean, not many of us can afford to drive our cars at the moment with petrol at £1.70 a litre. And the idea of people using more sustainable routes of travel will be a benefit to everyone, I think, come the future. Hopefully, what Councillor Pedderin said earlier about the buses going through the site, I think that would be a fantastic idea if they could go onto the site and move through the site as they are with UE2. I think that would be a very good thing for the local area and a good thing for the residents. So I do think that we have debated this long and hard. I think Councillor Bartlett has put his reasons forward long and hard and very well worded. I think he's made his point about why he feels about the substantial harm. We do have a vote to go to. Before we do go to vote, I will bring in Mr. Llewellyn just to confirm that he is happy with the reasoning for Councillor Bartlett's reason for refusal, and then we will move directly to the vote. So, Mr. Llewellyn.
Just to sum up then, in terms of the motion as I understand is being put before you, it is that the proposal would be contrary to policy PP10H of the Poole Local Plan, in that the proposal doesn't provide suitable mitigation to address the unacceptable impacts on the highway network. Secondly, there is the issue about employment provision. I'm not sure whether Councillor Bartlett is still retaining that as part of his motion. I believe that subsection L, which relates to the play provision, that has been removed from the motion. And then the second element of the motion would therefore be that the proposed development does not preserve or enhance the setting of the Camford Magna and Oakley Lane conservation areas and the listed buildings therein, including the enhancement of the carriage driveway and its heritage assets.
You happy with that? Yep. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. We're happy with those, and we will therefore proceed to the vote at this time. I will call your names in turn. If you could please state whether you are for the move to refusal. Marion,
could we also add with Councillor Bartlett's agreement that it doesn't really fulfil G or H, part of a sustainable transport corridor or suitable mitigation?
Mr. Llewellyn?
Sorry, so that was G. Sorry, so that was adding G to H. Was that correct, Chair?
Yeah, H is already included.
Right,
yep.
H is included. I would say G as well.
So sorry, let me I'll just quickly read.
I'm not sure that it does as it stands.
Sorry?
I'm not sure that it does as it stands.
No. Yeah. Would you like to add G, Mr. Llewellyn?
I prefer that you didn't. As you heard from the transport officer, he doesn't actually consider there's the ability for the applicant to provide additional facilities in mitigation. I think it would be better if you left it just simply as subsection H, Chair.
I think Councillor Pellerin's got a point in that it's the terms of the bus provision, cycling and walking, etc. is provided, but the bus provision is not being made. I know that there's a financial contribution, but I don't really know what that's going to produce in terms of additional buses where they can go.
I think on UE2, if I remember rightly, the bus provision there was the subsidy would be for them to provide bus services throughout.
Yeah, it certainly would have applied to UE2, yeah. But I'm not sure that in this case it can be provided.
Let me bring in Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Yes, Chair. I think the best way of answering this is it's exactly the same as how we dealt with UE2 application. It's our consideration of the bus routes and working with the bus operators has been exactly the same as UE2, and the calculation of the amount has been the same. So there is no difference to how we're securing this and our negotiations between UE1 and UE2. And as members supported UE2, I'd like to think they would support the stance with regards to this, but exactly the same calculation, exactly the same working with the applicant, and exactly the same working with the bus operators in the future.
The only thing I would say to that, Chair, is that UE2 did have provision for the bus routes routing through it, and for bus routes to actually be put on specifically because of the development. Because I don't think that we've heard anything to that effect on this development.
Mr. Smith?
I recall UE2, I think it was Councillor President at the time, asked what the bus services would be with regards to UE2, and I give the same answer that I gave earlier on UE1, and that will be subject to future discussions with the bus operators. The policy looks at enhancing links to Wimborne, Bournemouth Pool are being looked at, but obviously it's subject to a procurement process and negotiations with the bus operators in terms of the attractive routes. Again, that is actually the same answer I gave on UE2 at the time. So it's no different in terms of we've not set a route at this time because the money comes in, then we have those discussions with the bus operators, whether that's an extension of an existing route or a new service into the area, subject to future procurement. So UE2 didn't identify exactly where the routes would be because that's subject to future negotiations, and it's the same with UE1, Chair.
The difference is that, as far as I remember it, is that UE2 actually had it delineated exactly what the route would be round the estate, round the development. I think it even indicated where bus stops would be. So it was at a much further, more advanced stage than here. But here we have no idea whether there's even a hope to put it through the estate.
So bring in Mr. Perrins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I wasn't particularly going to comment on that point, but other than we did see on the master plan, the plans shown actually do allow for a bus to go through it. It was more around the bus operators, whether they wanted to do it. So it's very much, in terms of the design we have, it's definitely capable. And it's going to be one of those discussions with the bus operators for how they best feel the development's going to be served, whether it's in the site or going along the existing road. So it's very much there as an opportunity, and would be a reserve matters stage. So I don't think it's I don't think this development won't provide for it. It definitely can, and therefore wouldn't support adding in that reason, or G, I think it was. But the point I was just going to make about heritage on the second reason for refusal, can we just include policy PP30 as well, just to sort of tidy it up across the two relevant policies? That's the general heritage policy in the local plan, and the issue is the same. It's the same effect, just for consistency purposes, if that could be added into that second reason for refusal.
Yeah, agree with that, Councillor Butler? Yeah, that's fine. And Mr. Llewellyn, lastly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Actually, Nick has actually just covered the point. I have highlighted already in the presentation in answering questions earlier, but just on this issue about the bus provision and a route through the site, Lee has already indicated to you that would be subject to negotiations with the bus company. However, I'll just indicate to you again on this master plan. Master plan has taken into account the provision of a bus service route that could go through the development, and I'll just quickly highlight that to you on the screen again. So that's running through on the primary access road from one end and along.
Steve?
Sorry, Chair.
You're not sharing.
Ah, okay. Okay, is that sharing now, Chair?
It is, yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So the bus route, as I say, goes through a primary access road. It has been designed so that a bus could enter to the development if that is the outcome of discussions with the bus company, and that route would be, as I've indicated here, at the western end of the site, entering into the site, following the primary access route, around through the Cruxton Mead character area, across the open space into the Oakley Lane formal area, and then emerging back out onto Oakley Lane itself. So there is provision, should those discussions advance with the bus companies, for a bus service to potentially go into the site. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, Mary.
Well, it's still far too vague for my liking.
Okay. Right, are we all happy to move on with the vote?
I'm happy. I just want clarification on whether G is included in that now or not.
Yeah. Can we include G, please, Mr. Llewellyn?
Members, you can include it if you wish to put that forward as part of the motion. However, you just heard from myself and from Nick that we don't believe that you should incorporate G as part of your motion for refusal.
Yeah,
I'm happy not to include it if
okay.
Perhaps the Pedevin is that happy as well.
Okay, so we will not include G in that case. As I stated, if you are for the move to refuse, please say for. If you are against the move to refuse, please say against, or if you wish to abstain. Councillor Barron. For. Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Butt.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I didn't quite understand the voting process. Could you just advise me again? I do apologise.
There is a move to refuse. So if you are for that move, say for. If you are against it, say against.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Against.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Dion.
Against.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Le Pedevin. Councillor O'Neill.
I'm having listened to the debate further against.
And Councillor Trent.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
And myself, against. Could I have the numbers, please, Mr. Howard?
Yes, thank you, Chair. By my reckoning, I have 6 votes for and 7 against.
Therefore, that move to refuse is lost. I'm going to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 6 for the move and 7 against the move. There are 13 of us here this morning. 6 and 7 make 13. Right, I will go through them so you can clarify. Councillor Kelsey against, Councillor Johnson against, Councillor Barron for, Councillor Bartlett for, Councillor Bull for, Councillor Butt against, Councillor Borthwick against, Councillor Dion against, Councillor Hall for, Councillor Hilliard against, Councillor Le Pedevin for, Councillor O'Neill against, and Councillor Trent for.
Is it Councillor Hilliard was against?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So therefore that move falls. So we will now go to an alternative move of which I will make myself as chairman of the board. It was a very close there. As we saw, it was only 1 vote in it, and it, as the chairman, and sometimes you have to put your head above the parapet. And on this occasion, I'm happy to do so. So I will make the move that we support this application. I think everyone has heard the concerns of everyone in the room, from everybody concerned, be it for, against, indifferent or whatever. And one would hope that when these matters do come back for further permissions to take place, that maybe the applicants will listen to some of the things that have been said. This really is a very outline submission. It's a very indicative plan of what might occur on the site. And I think Mr. Llewellyn went to great lengths yesterday in what was a fantastic site visit, in my opinion. It was one of the best I've ever been on. Very, very detailed. And he made great point of showing out what would and could and might happen. And I think we have to accept that. But before I move to vote, Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Though I'm disappointed to have lost the move to refuse, but I'm requesting that 2 points that I made could be taken into account and maybe included in the decision. The first one is that there should be no vehicle access or egress from the eastern end of the site, the bit nearest the conservation area, that the traffic should go through the western end of the site and not the eastern end. The other point is, and having been sent some information and read it up, that ground source heat pump provision should be built into the development. We are not very far away. In fact, I think the government is changing the rules within the next sort of 3 or 4 years about not having gas boilers and things like that. Ground source heat pumps lend themselves to larger developments because they can be done more efficiently and deeper, and that because we've declared a climate emergency in this council, we've committed ourselves to having zero carbon within the next 10 years or so. I think that such a significant planning application should have ground source heat pump or something very similar built into it, so we do minimise the carbon footprint. In fact, the claims from supplier of ground source heat pumps is that it reduces the carbon footprint of a development by 70%, which is quite significant. And if you, in addition to that, put on solar panels and things like that to the building, you are actually getting very close to having a zero carbon development. So it's just really a request that that is looked at. Although I can't support the grant, I do think that needs to be looked at. So
I'm sure, as I said, the applicants are here, and when these things come forward for the revised matters, that will be the time for them to take those sort of things into consideration, not right now. This is an outline application after all. So I will now go to a second vote. Firstly, I need a seconder for my move. Councillor Johnson, thank you for that. Move to grant the application, and again, I will start with everyone calling their names. Councillor Barron. Against. Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Councillor Borthwick. For. Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Le Pedevin.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
And Councillor Trent.
against.
And myself, I am for, and Councillor Johnson? For. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for, and 5 against?
Yes, confirmed.
Yeah, so therefore that motion is carried. I just need to say a couple of words quickly before we move on. Firstly, thank you so much for coming along today and for joining us on the site visit yesterday. It was really helpful. I'm glad you were able to come along and join in. Thought you did a very good job. To the applicants for the work they've done on this, but I think my biggest thanks have to go to Steve Llewellyn. He's done a tremendous amount of work on this application over the last couple of years. Yesterday's site visit was well worth doing. I think I learned a lot more than I do just by looking at the maps. I think he's done a brilliant job this morning. So thank you so much, Mr. Llewellyn. You've done a brilliant job. And with that, I am now going to adjourn until 2 o'clock. Sorry, until 2:30. Yeah, you can only have 6-minute lunch break. We'll adjourn until 2:30 for lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of today's BCP planning meeting. And we will move straight on with the agenda. And it is item 6B, 38 Sandbanks Road Pool. And could I ask Hannah to present her case, please?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'll share my screen now.
Thank you. Yep, that's fine, Hannah. Thank you.
See that?
We
Great.
can.
I'll start now then. Good afternoon. The application in front of you today is located at 38 Sandbanks Road, Pool, and is for the demolition of the existing office building, Class E, an ancillary building, and to erect a new office, Class E, building with a bin store, cycle store, store building, and associated parking and access. The application site is located on the south side of Sandbanks Road. The applicant owns the areas marked out in red and blue on the current plan showing. The character of the immediate area is that of residential dwellings, mainly 2 to 2.5 stories, with differing ridge heights. A mixture of differing architectural styles have been used throughout the road. The next few slides show how the building currently stands. The site is currently occupied by a 1950s two-storey flat-roofed building, which has several connecting extensions. There is currently tandem-style parking at the front of the building, which provides 12 spaces. This arrangement is not ideal, as if the car park was full, 6 cars would potentially be blocked in. Also, the arrangements require vehicles to reverse out directly onto or manoeuvre onto Sandbanks Road. Currently, the frontage of the site is entirely hard standing and is a fully tarmacked car park. Footpath 40 is located to the eastern side of the current building and within the red edge boundary of the development. The existing situation is that pedestrians currently utilising the public footpath along the existing access driveway have no separation from vehicle use, therefore have no choice but to mix with any vehicles using the existing driveway. The current frequent parking on the access narrows the width for pedestrians and vehicles shared use. The land registry documents for the site mention the footpath under a restrictive covenant, which can be viewed in the officer's report. Having liaised with BCP Highways on this matter and undertaken legal advice from BCP's legal team, the reference to 12 feet in regards to the footpath width in the covenant does not mean that the local highways authority cannot accept a narrower width. Following on from BCP Highways Authority consultation response, the use of vehicle access for the footpath could still be undertaken by pedestrians should they wish. The land registry covenant is a separate matter to the planning process, and the applicant and as the applicant is the owner of the entire site, this is a matter that they should take into consideration away from this planning decision. The application seeks full planning permission for the demolition of the existing buildings and for them to be replaced with a purpose-built office building consisting of 3 floors, with the upper floor set back within the footprint of the 2 lower floors. The 3rd floor proposals include a balcony to the rear of the building. The site will be accessed via the existing vehicular access, which runs between number 38 and the dwelling house at number 36 Sandbanks Road. This access is also the location of footpath 40. To the front of the building, proposals would remove the existing tandem-style parking and provide a soft landscaped area as well as 2 visitor bays. Comparing this to the existing street scene, proposals would provide a visual enhancement and a better fit for the setting of Sandbanks Road. To the rear of the proposed development, the rear of the proposed development provides 12 spaces with 2 disabled, 12 car parking spaces with 2 disabled spaces. A cycle store, which is also located to the rear of the development with a refuge point and shower facilities. There will be approximately 25 metres to the rear of 13 Orchard Avenue and approximately 30 metres to the rear elevation of number 15. Whilst potential views towards the rear gardens of these neighbours is possible from the proposed roof terrace, the positioning of the balcony means that it would directly overlook the car park. The distance between the proposed development and the neighbouring properties is considered acceptable. Within the immediate vicinity of the site, the buildings are 2 to 2.5 stories in height. The proposed development is 3 stories in height, with the upper floor set back within the footprint of the 2 lower floors and offering a southwest facing balcony to the rear. The proposals pull the building from its current position on the boundaries. It should also be noted that the building's use is offices. This means that the building would only be occupied within normal office hours and not 24/7 as a residential development would. The proposals include materials for the build. The materials include buff colour bricks within the main body of the building and for the 3rd floor to be clad in copper, which is set back within the footprint of the building. Dark grey windows are proposed with copper surrounds. The style of the build would be contemporary, which is not seen in the immediate area. However, the palette of materials used does complement the style of buildings within the area. This is considered acceptable for development. The plans also limit openings on the southeast elevation, which is in close proximity to 40 Sandbanks Road. As already stated, the proposals are for a dedicated office space, which can be seen on the current plans on the screen. Before I conclude, there's just been some slight tweaks to condition 4 and condition 12, which can be seen in the officer's report. Condition 4, which is in relation to renewable energy, now refers to a minimum of 10% renewable energy. At one point within the condition, it refers to 20%. Condition 12 now aims for a minimum of BREEAM Very Good in line with current policy. So to summarise, the use of the building, the use class of the site would still stay as employment. The applicant is a well-established local employer currently operating from the site and will continue to do so. The scheme will increase employment at the site from 21 to 28 employees. The additional height of the development is considered appropriate for the area. The proposals offer a betterment on all highways elements. Footpath number 40 will not be impacted by the development. Pedestrians would have the option to travel along a bollarded pathway and not mix with the traffic should they wish to do so. The proposals will not cause material harm to amenities and privacy of the neighbouring properties. The scheme is considered to comply with development plans as a whole and is recommended for approval. There's just a few slides of photos that Councillor Barron asked me to put up now. I'm not sure whether you want me to go through them now or...
No, if you could wait with those until Councillor Barron's doing his talk, please, Hannah.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so with us today, I have no objectors, and I have the agent on behalf of the applicant, Claire Spiller. If you'd like to come forward, please.
Thank you. On behalf of our client, Birchmere Developments Limited, thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. The application site is occupied by a two-storey flat roof office building, which, as you heard, was built circa 1950s, with a number of ad hoc extensions added over the years, which has resulted in a discoordinate layout and appearance. Again, as you've heard today, the applicant is an established local company looking to redevelop their tired office block with a new fit-for-purpose headquarter building. As you'll be aware, office buildings are regularly being converted to residential. We seldom see new office development in Poole because the economics are marginal, let alone one of this design quality. This scheme owes much to the company's roots, but companies like this do have choices. They could readily pursue a housing scheme and put their investment elsewhere. I have listened carefully to the Council's leader encouragement of development that involves value creation and not value extraction. This scheme is firmly in the former camp. As you've seen, this proposed building has been client-led and is a high-quality bespoke building. The case officer report concludes that there's a number of different architectural styles throughout the road, and the contemporary style of building with the palette of materials would complement the style of buildings in the immediate area, and she's concluded that there would be no material harm to the amenities of adjacent neighbours. Again, you've heard that the highways officer considers that the current tandem parking spaces to the front is unsafe due to reversing onto a classified road. This proposal in providing two vista spaces with on-site turning to the front of the building would be a betterment with regards to highway safety, and introducing soft landscaping on this road frontage will also improve lead to visual improvements to the site. This proposal includes a car park for staff at the rear of the new building. The current access along the side of the building is within the ownership of the applicant and is used for vehicle traffic. Currently, there is parking of vehicles along the east side of this access. If you visited the site, you would see the conflict between pedestrians and vehicles along this access, which is also identified as footpath 40. This proposal would remove parking along this access, reduce the length of the access which vehicles can travel along, and provide a dedicated footpath along the access which would be segregated from vehicle traffic by bollards. This clearly would be a betterment than currently exists and be of public benefit to all users of the site, which connects Sandbanks Road to Orchard Avenue. These proposals are fully supported by your highways officer. Rightly, your officer's report states that covenants are not a planning matter and therefore not a material planning consideration. Your officer states that there'd be significant economic benefits arising from this scheme and social benefits in supporting local employment and the provision of employment space in a highly accessible location. This new office building will provide social and economic benefits to both existing and future employees and have a positive impact on existing businesses and local people. For these reasons, I commend the case officer's recommendation to you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We also have ward councillors with us this afternoon. Councillor Barron, would you like to speak first?
Thank you, Chairman. I've called this application in following numerous concerns from residents. I've known the footpath myself since being a child. I was born literally a few roads away from there. It was originally known as Wilson's Path and has always been a thoroughfare, way before the houses were even built, actually. If we could show photo FP2, please.
The photos aren't on in order, so I'm not sure what they're actually called.
Yeah, that's definitely it. So I appreciate that the officer has said that the covenant on the land isn't relevant, but I think it is in its history. It actually says the making up of a 12-foot wide roadway leading from Sandbanks Road to Orchard Avenue until such time as the roadway shall be taken over by the local authority. So the path, many years ago, the path was meant to be taken over by the local authority, and I think everybody locally has just assumed that it was a council path and have safely used it for years. Well, they did safely use it until the applicants they bought next door. So if you have a look at photo FP8.
Is it one of these?
Yeah. So the end of the tape in that photo is 12 foot from the wall. The 5 feet that runs from the fence, that is a separate parcel of land. So that was so the applicants developed next door. They severed the plot and they widened the footpath, and then they started using the footpath for parking. Historically, there's very few cars used to travel down there at all. But I'm minded that gearing up to this application, they've started using it as a driveway and parking overhanging the actual footpath for their vehicles. I think that the proposed with the bollards is going to be confusing for residents, and I think they'll actually look at that and think that it's very similar to the cycle lane on Evening Hill, and they'll presume that it's denoted for cyclists, and they should safely walk on the wider section. That's what it is. I also feel strongly that the committee should disregard Councillor Stribley's support for this application. She is clearly not only has a conflict of interest, but she also drives and parks on the footpath herself, because I've actually seen her do so. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm asked by some of the remarks just made, but I'll get to those later. I did clarify with our monitoring officer and others whether or not I had any interest in this application, and I don't have any interest more than any other Poole Conservative councillor, because Poole Conservative Association has had offices on this site for probably 20 years. They have been a tenant on the site, first in one part of the building and then in another. However, the association has already secured other premises. It's just waiting for the legalities to be finished and will be moving out. Therefore, none of us have any pecuniary or other interest in this site whatsoever. I too lived on Sandbanks Road 50 odd years ago, about 45 years ago, between this building and the application site. So I know it particularly well. I'm not necessarily totally in favour of the site. I would perhaps choose something else myself. But having said that, we're replacing, or the proposal is to replace one use with a like use, but in an improved building. And from the residents' point of view, whilst I know they would prefer houses there, which would give them neighbouring noises 24/7, they actually have an office building which is 9 to 5 Mondays to, or 8 till 5 Mondays till Fridays generally. And yes, I have parked on the side there on one occasion only, when the front car park was full. I normally park on the front when I am visiting the offices. I hear what's said about reversing out, and from that point of view, I actually, and several of the other regular users, always reverse in, so that's not an issue. The
most of the width of the side driveway, it is in fact the driveway to the office car park and the builder's yard at the rear. That builder's yard will go, so there will be a definite improvement for the local residents. But say Conservative members have no other interest in this site whatsoever. I have been had representations from residents as well, and I have understood their concerns, and one or two of them have actually withdrawn their concerns from me when they have realised that in fact the building will have less use than a residential building, and the likely alternative on such a large site as this would indeed be a block of flats, which would cause considerable overlooking, and again 24/7. It is a busy road frontage. As the officer said, this will be an improvement in traffic terms, and I don't personally see any planning reasons to refuse. And I find my colleagues' remarks totally unnecessary and quite out of order. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Strippy. Members, who would like to kick off the debate on this? Councillor Pedman, please.
Thank you. Actually, it's a question about this side access. I read in paragraph 33 that the access is from the rear, presumably into that parking area, and yet, as far as I can see, you could still drive along the whole length of that side path. Is that right, Hannah?
If I just share my scan, just to clarify, which points you mean there?
Well, the access, the side access, the whole of the path, the pathway plus driveway.
At this point?
Well, the whole length, because the access you say in the report is from the rear into the parking area. Therefore, what is the purpose, apart from the footpath, of the
no, sorry, the access is from
the building, beside the building.
The access is from Sandbanks Road, so that you'd access the site here, and then drive into the car park, which is here.
So you will access from Sandbanks Road?
Yes.
Because the report says access from the rear.
Apologies, I've not picked up on that, but it should say access from Sandbanks Road.
Right, thank you. Yes, I prefer it from the rear myself, but still.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I looked at it yesterday. In fact, I was very cheeky, actually. I blocked Councillor Stripley's car in because I recognised it. I thought it was probably safe if I got out my car and looked at it from there. And I don't think there's any reason for the building to remain. It doesn't look particularly nice, and it looks a little bit of a mess. But I observed the footpath, and it was actually being used a bit as well. But the one thing that does worry me, and unfortunately, my post didn't deliver me the paper copy of the with the artist's impression and so on, but the fact that it's 3 stories and it sticks out like a sore thumb against the surrounding houses does worry me a bit. Although saying that, the artist's impression of the building makes it look a lot nicer than what's there. So I'm sort of remain to be convinced either way. Actually, it is like for like use, but you know, the fact that it's higher than surrounding buildings makes me think that that is a reason for concern, because, you know, that can be a story higher than the neighbouring buildings, then so can anything else along that road if it gets redeveloped, and that does concern me.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I mean, this particular building, somewhat aged now, has been there for as long as I can remember. In terms of the height, that doesn't trouble me at all, because alongside there's a two-storey house with a Hansard roof. This will be a little above that, but not significantly so. And in fact, if you look over the top of the current development, there's a higher roof behind it. So the height doesn't worry me. This building is a big improvement on what is there now. It's been offered as accommodation, as I say, for as long as I can remember. In terms of the side access road, I would add that that is a shared access road. There are a lot of them in Poole that combine pedestrians with vehicles. And to my knowledge, there's never been an accident on this particular access because people are aware of it. And indeed, the bollards alongside delineating the footpath is a positive improvement. And if people can't work out that that's a footpath, I'm not sure there's much we can do about it. And I think the building design fits in with the area. It's quite mixed development along that road. I find it perfectly acceptable in terms of its height and scale. I think visually it's an improvement. I think the greening will actually significantly improve the immediate area. And on that basis, I would be quite happy to propose an acceptance of this. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Do you have a seconder for your move, Councillor Dion? Thank you very much. I'll come back to other speakers. Did you want to speak, Marion? Or if not, I'm going to bring in Steve first.
Yeah, it's a follow-up on my previous question because it set me thinking. If access is going to be from Sandbanks Road and people park down there, I don't think it's wide enough for cars to park and then other cars to drive past. So will the parking be limited?
No parking there. That's what said they have a car park at the rear now.
Yes, but if cars are used to parking beside the building,
Then they'll have to get used to
they
not
may
parking
continue
outside
to
of the
do
building.
it and cause a blockage.
Well, there will be, I would presume there'll be some parking restrictions
Yeah,
there.
well, I would hope so. I mean, there are WLMs already for a little distance, but it needs to be the whole distance.
Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, just a question. Is it possible to drive along the whole driveway from Sandbanks and then exit the site at the other end?
Hannah?
Yeah, I'll pass this one over to Lee if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith?
The quick answer, Chair, is no. There's currently a bollard at the end of the public footpath which stops you exiting all the way through.
Okay, thank you for that.
Could you just explain what that green, I can't really make out what, on the drawing there's a kind of a green square with a couple of things in it, in the driveway.
This?
That's a planter, is it?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just a planter
All right.
for the rest
Thank
of the
you.
footpath.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think a lot of my concerns were about that footpath. And as has been said, those covenants are not relevant to us. The fact that planter is there is clearly designed to stop people being able to, or even trying to drive down that footpath, which kind of dissuades a lot of my concerns about that. I think that the height, I don't think it's high enough to really worry me. I think that the fact that there are no windows along that elevation towards that immediate neighbour until you get to the very back, when you've gone beyond that neighbour's land, makes me a lot more content there. I think quite frankly it boils down to the fact that I think everything about this proposal is an improvement on what's currently there, be it the building, the transport and everything like that. The segregation of the footpath from the driveway is is an improvement. I'm sure many people like me, I'd far rather walk down a slightly narrower footpath that's segregated away from cars than a wider one where I might get flattened at any given moment. So I don't see any planning reasons to refuse this. So I think we'll be supporting the move to grant the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from anyone? Councillor Butt? Microphone, Councillor Butt.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to Councillor Barron for coming along and telling us with regard to his residents' concerns, and also even though the covenant part matter is tortious, it's still good to have these things discussed. And he raises a very good point about if he understands it from his residents that they may misconstrue that footpath is indeed a cycle path. This is something that we condition where there's a marking put down to say that it is for pedestrian use, if that were possible. The other question is there any lighting in the rear car park? Because we have disabled spaces, we have shower facilities, we have bike stores, so indeed we expect bicycles to go down this driveway. And it's a little bit dark at the back. If there is lighting and I've missed it, that's fine. But if there isn't, could that also be conditioned, obviously not to bleed into surrounding properties, but there seems to be quite a lot of activity going on in the back there with regard to bins, bikes, the shower facility, the store. We've got 2 disabled bays, which are specific, so you would hope that disabled people would have the benefit of some lighting when it's dark. It will be dark in the winter months after 4. Obviously not in other periods, of course it's for office times. There's office times probably 8 till 6. But I was wondering whether that could be considered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anna?
So on the actual driveway, I'm not sure whether you can see my mouse, but these are actually lights designed into it. We can condition that there be lights put into the car park and areas where the councillor has just stated.
I'd like to propose that if that is possible. And
Yep.
the other matter, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The other matter being?
The other matter was whether there could be some form of signage put before. The concern from the ward councillor was that his residents had said that he was concerned that some residents might think that it was a cycle path. Now, if it is to be a cycle path as well, because there's a bike store, then could some delineation be put on that part of that footpath saying this is for pedestrians and bikes? Of course, bikes can use the driveway, but it's just so that people who are on foot don't leave that footpath for cyclists. So it's just saying that it's for pedestrian.
It is already signposted.
Is it already signed, Mr.
as
Chairman?
being a footpath? Yeah.
Is it actually signed on the road, or is it just a sign?
I would imagine just a sign.
Can we just check that that's the case, though? Because although it's a footpath on the plan, I'm not sure there's road delineation, but I'm happy to stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
There's a large green sign at the front of the property that confirms that it is a recognised footpath and access road to the rear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, anyone else wish to make any comments? Yep, Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. I'm sure the highways officer, Mr. Smith, will confirm that he's quite happy with the proximity of the zebra crossing there to the entrance to that.
I would have thought the fact that it's been there for about 40 odd years.
Yes, I know.
He's probably very happy with it.
Just because something's been there a long time doesn't mean it's.
Well, Mr. Smith, just for clarity, are you happy with the zebra crossing in the location it's in?
We're satisfied with the access in relation to the zebra crossing, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that said, any further comments? So we will go to the vote on that. All those in.
Subject to that condition being accepted with regard to the lighting, Mr. Chairman.
It's already on there. Lighting's already on the plan.
Not in the car park.
Okay, well, they have heard that, so I'm not going to condition it, but I have heard it being put down, and the applicant has heard that as well. Okay. So that move has been made to grant this. I will run through names again. Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bull. Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Dion. 4. Councillor Hall. 4. Councillor Hilliard. 4. Councillor Le Pedevin. Councillor McCormack. 4. Councillor O'Neill? 4. Councillor Trent?
Half-hearted for.
Councillor Johnson?
4.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, also 4. Therefore, that is unanimous. So that application is granted. Thank you very much. Councillor Butt, I believe you need to leave us now. You couldn't sit on the next one anyway because you weren't part of the previous site visit on that one.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very
thank
much.
You.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Simon. You too. Okay, members, moving on to the final item this afternoon, which is the Southbourne Crossroads car park. If you remember, we dealt with that one at the last planning board meeting, and this is just a quick one for the... Mr. Perrins, are you doing this?
Chair, yes, I believe I am.
I'll hand straight over to you so you can explain why this one's come back to us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I haven't got a presentation. I will just go through the report, which is in the pack. You will, Planning Committee will recall the Southbourne Crossroads car park application, which came to one of the recent planning committees, and that was refused. And in the committee report before the committee today, the reasons for refusal are documented under paragraph 1. However, there were a series of financial contributions which had been secured in the lead up to the planning committee around affordable housing, bus shelters, compensating for loss of habitat and maintaining SNCI, heathland mitigation, THAM monies, provision of a zebra crossing, alterations to street lighting and maintenance of bird and bat boxes. Now those contributions and obligations, in the event of a refusal, it's good. It's normal practice to then convert those into reasons for refusal because you can't secure them. In the event of a reason for refusal, they're no longer secured. So therefore, they get converted into reasons for refusal. So this report is basically just asking committee to vote on whether they would consider adding in some additional reasons for refusal. So there's no changes to the previous reasons for refusal. This is all about adding in the following reasons for refusal, which are documented in paragraph 4 of the report, which again just relates to those areas which I just mentioned. So if that's all, Chair, I'll leave it at that and happy to take any questions, but it's very much a matter for Planning Committee to vote on whether they want to include 4 additional reasons for refusal on the Southbourne Crossroads application.
Thank you, Mr. Perrins. Members, Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry, but I'm mystified by this because I don't know that these were all agreed, so we didn't actually refuse the application on these bases at the time because they had been agreed. So are you saying because the whole application was refused, we now have to include those items in as reasons for refusal, even though they were accepted by the developer?
Yeah. Yeah, seems strange.
Well, that seems really odd to me, and I'd like to understand what the legal basis of this would be. You know, to call a separate report like this to look back at something that's already happened and agreed by the board. It seems most unusual. What's the legal position on this? I presume it's legal.
Mr. Perrins?
It is. I mean, Mr. First, on that, it is largely it is normal practice, and I think it was just one of those areas which, on the day, it wasn't. You know, officers didn't raise it, therefore it wasn't considered. But it's good practice because otherwise, if they're not in as reasons for refusal, then any sort of future appeal might consider those matters to be of address when they haven't, because you haven't got 106. But if it's okay with you, Chair, is it okay to bring in Mr. Firth just to advise on that legal question?
Do. Yeah, I mean, yes, we consider it's legal. The point is you're not voting on the first 2 reasons. It was an administrative oversight. That's what we're really saying to you. You would, as Nick's already said, you would have a position in most situations where if you're refusing against officer recommendation and there are matters such as contributions being secured, you'd normally add them in as reasons for refusal. And that's in fact what members normally do in these situations, and I think it was just omitted at the time by accident. And the reality is each one of those is potentially a reason for refusal if you don't put them in, because things like requiring heathland contributions, they would be reasons for refusal, legitimate ones. They weren't necessary for the officer report to address to say put them forward because they were being covered, but now you're not covering them because you're refusing it. They need to be picked up, and that's what we're suggesting to you, Chairman. There's members' discretion, but we're suggesting it's appropriate to add them in at this stage. It's not something we'd normally want to do, but we just think they're omitted by accident.
Councillor Bartlett.
Well, that's brilliantly clear then. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, members, does anyone have any opposition to those being added on? No? Okay, we'll take that. You weren't, so you can't vote, Councillor Hall. You may go. Okay. Everyone else happy to accept those from the officers? Yep. Okay, so that is okay, Mr. Ferrens.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, members. It's been a long, difficult debate today, particularly this morning's one. So well done to everyone. It's been a really good job. And Mr. Ferrens, if you can pass on my thanks to the team today, they've done a really, really good job.
Thank you.
So thank you to everyone. And with that, we will close the meeting. Thank you very much. Goodbye and good night, everyone.